All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome this evening to the April 1st, 2026 Town of Londonderry Planning Board meeting. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, just before we get into administrative board work, just some housekeeping items here. The Woodmont PUD annual update, which is under other business, will kick us off this evening. And then we'll officially kind of bring this, Kelly, I'm sorry, we do need to do this continuance on.
Mr. Chair, would you do, Arthur.
Yep, I'm going to appoint Jake.
Jason to vote for Jake.
I will appoint Jason Knights to take Jake Butler's spot.
It gives us 7 voting members, Mr. Chair.
And because it's April 1st, Jason is now the chair.
Meeting adjourned.
Okay. So very quickly, for those that are here for the public hearing for subdivision, for the Procopio public hearing, that is going to be continued from this evening to next week. So we will be hearing that next on April 8th for both.
All three.
Items A through C under old business.
There we go. Thanks, Kelly. Sorry, I usually have this right in front of me. And we need to officially move
Please.
that.
Yep.
Could I get a motion to move?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of moving, for continuing the public hearing for the,
Procopio.
I'm just going to read all three.
Oh, okay.
For the public hearing for an application of formal review of subdivision of map 10 lot 41 to create a new 12-acre lot on Pillsbury and Gilcrest Road, 15 Pillsbury Road, map 10 lot 41, zone agriculture residential AR1 Woodmont Commons Plan Unit Development, Procopio Companies and Pillsbury Reality Development LLC, the owner, which has been continued from December 3rd, 2025, January 7th, 2026, and April 1st, 2026. And then, again, the applicant has requested a continuance to April 8th, and that is for all 3 under old business. And I have a motion and a second. All in favor with roll call vote, starting with Ann.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Tony D. I.
Just a note, there's 8 voting members total here. So
Mr. Rugg.
Arthur Rugg votes aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason, I'd say.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. This plan has been continued to April 8th, 2026, next Wednesday. This is your only notice of the continuance. Okay, moving along, so we'll kick off the Woodmont PUD annual update. Who from Woodmont is presenting or would love to kick us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Smith, consultant with Pillsbury Realty Development, owners of Woodmont Commons. There's 2 portions of the presentation this evening, and Lucy Gallo, who has annually done the fiscal impact study as is required under the PUD master plan, is with us via Zoom tonight, and I'll let her present this portion of the presentations first.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm on the Teams call. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Well, it's good to be back. I'm here earlier than I have been in the past few years because the town did a fantastic job in getting all the required information to me much earlier than usual. I want to thank a big thank you to Kelly Ferrone, Sarah Journey Lee, Justin Campo, Lisa Muse, and Amity Small. Their help and cooperation was invaluable. As usual, I'm just going to walk you through the report. We've been doing this presentation since 2013, so I think we're all pretty familiar with the process. Starting on page 4. If you can advance that to page 4, that would be great. I just wanted to remind everyone towards the bottom of the page that the fiscal matters of the Woodmont Commons Development Agreement outlines the requirements of the annual fiscal update. So we have been consistently applying those standards since the fiscal update requirement began back in 2013. Moving on to page 5. There is a measurement period in each annual fiscal update, and that measurement period for this particular year runs from July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. In terms of the Woodmont Commons population, 520 residents were living in Woodmont Commons at June 30th, 2025, which is an increase of about 79 residents from the prior year, and it's primarily due to an increase in the population in Baldwin. Moving on to page 7, on table 2. It's very exciting to, over the years, to see the build out of Woodmont Commons as it becomes a true live, work, play community. On deck for 2026 are Dairy Medical Center and the Wood Partners apartments. Those are the Alta Oak and Pines apartments. So they weren't included in this particular fiscal update because they were not placed in service prior to June 30th, 2025. But you'll see the effects of those in the next year's fiscal update. So for this report, there were 227 employees at businesses located in Woodmont Commons. Towards the bottom of that page, you'll see a new disclosure. In August 2025, the Londonderry Town Council voted to provide a tax exemption for part of the Baldwin senior living property. So essentially, the value was lowered from $60 million at the assessment period April 1, 2024 to $5 million at the assessment period April 1, 2025. The effect of that tax exemption wasn't felt in the June 30th, 2025 report, so you won't see it here, but the effect will filter through the June 30th, 2026 report next year. Kind of the good news, even though that was a drop in taxable value, the Dairy Medical Center and the 264 Wood Partners apartments coming on help offset that decline in tax value, so that timing worked out great. And I'll show you on page 8 what I'm talking about. So if you'll notice on table 3, in that column that says tax fiscal year revenue, the 2026. So you'll see that $196 million, that amount includes the impact of the loss in value from the Baldwin, but the pickup in value of the Alta Oak and Pine apartments, and what portion of the Dairy 2 Medical Center. So although we had the value is included in full of the Baldwin for the 2025 report, we still are projecting an increase in value for the 2026 report due to the overall growth that's happening in the project. On page 9, in table 4, really, the crux of this report, I think that's probably most sensitive to the town and the citizens is making sure that we do a thorough job of analyzing potential new costs that the town is experiencing, both operating costs and capital costs. So every year, that's a really a joint effort with town staff as well as school district staff to make sure that we capture any expenses that may be assignable to Woodmont Commons or an out proportion there according to the development agreement. In this particular year, the town added 4 additional firefighters due to overall growth. So in Table 5, we've allocated the cost related to those firefighters to Woodmont Commons, and that's about $7,000. And then on page 10, ever since the Central Fire Station was placed into service, we have allocated a portion of the debt service related to the Central Fire Station debt service, and that's about $10,000. So under Table 7, you'll see that total operating costs of the towns that have been affected by the Woodmont Commons growth in both the residential and commercial portions, we're allocating about $17,000 annually. And we look at that every year. On page 11, under Table 8, Table 8 really tells the story of Woodmont Commons from the inception. You can see back in 2014, the annual net revenues that the project was producing for the town were about $158,000 annually. The net values have grown to $750,000 annually, effective with the 6/30/2025 update. And cumulatively, the project's produced $4.3 million in net revenues for the town. And right under that table, you'll notice the conclusion that based on this analysis, no amounts are due to the town under the terms of the development agreement. And right there on the Londonderry School District, this year there were 20 public school children living in Woodmont Commons. There were 18 last year. We may see a pickup in the report next year as we add those Alta Open Pines apartments in the there were public school children living there. So we may have a bit of a jump in public school children next year. And then on page 9, on the next page, on Table 9, on the next page, the annual tax revenues to the school district are $1.8 million, and cumulatively, Woodmont Commons has generated $9.6 million for the school district. On page 13, the next page, thus far, this is kind of in the center of that page, thus far there have been no allocable incremental operating or capital expenditures that Woodmont Commons has generated for the school district in this particular fiscal update. And if you want to scroll forward to take a look at Appendix Tables 1 and 2, I think it's always helpful if you want to understand the detailed components of what's happening with the tax base for Woodmont Commons. This is a list of all the parcels and their assessed values. This Appendix Table 1 are the assessed values that generated property taxes for June 30th, 2025, which is the report we're looking at right now. And then Appendix Table 2 represents the assessed values that will generate property taxes that will be recognized in next year's report. So this is both exciting to watch the growth of Woodmont Commons and the tax dollars and tax values that it's generating for the community, and to track that every year since 2013 has really been a pleasure for me. So I'm proud to be a part of the working with the town on this project. I hope I didn't go too fast. I'm used to being last on the agenda, not first. I always try to speed through when I'm last, and it's a late agenda item. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you very much. The board have any questions, comments on the fiscal report? Yes, go ahead, Ann. And Ann, if you could just speak into the mic.
Okay, I was just going to ask Kevin if I could get a hard copy of it. It was hard for me to understand with my hearing aids.
Sure.
Thanks.
Any other questions about the fiscal impact?
No, it's good to see that the plan worked. And, you know, what the town put in place to make sure that the taxes were being paid by the development and not by the residents, looks like it continues to work in that direction. So that's good.
Each year's been good, and I think we're used to it, what to look for anyway.
This fiscal report is available on our website currently, as you know, as part of this evening's agenda, as well as
It will be uploaded to the Woodmont page.
Excellent.
After this meeting.
good. All right. Any other questions, comments?
Thanks to Lucy and her hard work.
We're good with Lucy?
Lucy,
Thank you very
we're
much.
good.
Look forward to seeing you next year. Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy.
All right. Kevin.
Yeah.
You're up.
Thank you. Just going to have Kelly load the PowerPoint. Mr. Chair, once again, my name is Kevin Smith. I'm a consultant with the Woodmont Project. Also here this evening with me is Ari Pollock, no doubt a familiar face to most of you. Ari is the attorney on the Woodmont development and has been since its inception. I'm just going to briefly run through this PowerPoint this evening just to give you an update of where we're at and what's in the pipeline. So new for this last year, the Wood Partners Oak and Pine 264 multifamily units came online in late summer. I believe they received their last CO, Certificate of Occupancies, in late fall. And they are doing very well thus far with their lease-up rates. Beth Israel Lahey Clinic opened to the public officially this past February in 2026. That was originally built by Derry Medical Center. They then sold it to Lahey Clinic. And so we're very happy to be having doctors from the Lahey network now operating out of Londonderry. Exit 4A, Phase 2 work started in the fall of 2025. As you're all aware, Phase 1 of Old Rum Trail and the interchange was completed last year, and so Phase 2 now is underway in the town of Derry, and that also includes the infamous tunnel of the rail trail that finally was worked out between the rail trail folks and the state of New Hampshire. And lastly, construction has commenced on the Pillsbury Road pump station on the north side of Pillsbury Road. Just some pictures there. There's the Oak and Pine. There's the Lahey Clinic. That is Phase 2 of the construction at 4A. And that is where the Pillsbury Road pump station will be located. I've seen lots of online posts about people wondering what is going on there, despite there having been a lot of notices and signs talking about what that is. So just reiterating one more time, that is a pump station for sewer that will service a lot of the Woodmont Commons development on the west side, but also some portions outside of Woodmont as well at a future date. What is in the pipeline? And I want to just preface this before I get to it to say that it has been my experience both working on the municipal side and working on the development side now that you really can't count on anything until there's a certificate of occupancy. The development process is a long, winding, complicated road that can often take many years, beginning when a developer or a user looks at a piece of land to getting to a letter of intent, an LOI with the seller, and then getting to a purchase and sales agreement with the seller, and then going through their due diligence phase. And then if they make it through that, they go into design review with the municipality. And then after design review, they go to the planning board. If they're able to receive a conditional approval from the planning board, they still have to meet all of those conditions in order to get to signed plans. Once they get to signed plans, they have a pre-con meeting. Then construction can begin. And then after construction is complete, can they get their CO? And I have literally seen development stall at every single one of those phases along the way, to include starting construction and not completing it, which is why the town makes developers take out construction bonds in case they don't complete projects. So I preface that with saying what's in the pipeline. These are all in various stages within that process, but none of them have, obviously, their certificate of occupancy at this point. So on the west side, currently under planning board review is the Procopio project, which was mentioned earlier, which is proposing 310 a village on the north side of Pillsbury Road. Signed purchase and sales agreements we have for 200 plus residential units and 15,000 square feet of retail along Main Street on blocks what we call 4 and 6. That's across the street from where the 30 Main Street building currently exists. We also have a signed PNS for 30,000 square feet of a physical rehab center that would have 30 beds. Letters of intent. We have 2 letters of intent from hotel developers. And then also 6,000 square feet of retail restaurant use next to Derry Medical Center. And then interest, looking at land. We have a developer who is looking at the 1 block, that is the block right out in front as you enter the Woodmont Commons development after TJ Maxx, to develop retail and restaurant pads there. On the east side, the 4A side, south of Old Rum Trail, the planning board conditionally approved 750,000 square feet of industrial use there. Right now, there have been negotiations with a high-tech manufacturing company for 400 jobs and 350,000 square feet of high-tech manufacturing, and then also a 200,000 square foot warehouse storage facility. As far as in the LOI phase or the PNS phase, north of Old Rum Trail, we're in talks with 2 major retail users, as well as an outfit looking to do 350 units of multifamily residential. All of this density that you're seeing on both the east side and west side is in compliance with the Pillsbury PUD. Nothing more, well, it is less, but it's not more than what the PUD has allowed. So all of this you are seeing here is within the density limits of the Woodmont Commons PUD. So how much density remains? On the west side, that's the west side of I-93, used and planned right now are 917 units. That's 30 Main that's already built, the Oak and Pine that's already built, Gilcrest Road, and then Procopio, which has not been approved yet, but I've included in that number because it's under review. And then also I added in there that Main Street developer, which is an additional 228 units. That gets you to 917. As far as commercial space remaining, commercial space that's been used already, 620, little over 621,000 square feet. That includes Derry Medical Center 1, Leahy Clinic, the Baldwin, 603 Brewery, 30 Main Street, the retail space, and then again I added in the physical rehab center as well as the Main Street developer. And then there's also been 26,000 square feet of assisted living space used from the Baldwin. So what's remaining on the west side? 163 units of residential. That breaks down into 53 what I'll call regular units and 110 ADU or studio one bedrooms of 750 square feet or less. Almost 365,000 square feet of commercial office space remains, as well as 54,000 square feet of assisted living, though it's doubtful that would be used unless it was used by the Baldwin, as they have a restriction on it, and then 150 hotel rooms. And I highlighted the areas here of where that remaining space remains. And as you can tell from those previous numbers, the bulk of this will be commercial, retail, restaurant use, because most of the housing has been said for at this point as far as what's in the pipeline. The 6.8 acres that you see there, that is where the Main Street developer would be building there. The only areas that are not highlighted on here that I would draw your attention to is there are still 38 acres up on Hovey Road, on the other side of Hovey Road from where Procopio is proposing their development. There's an acre of land right next to 603 Brewery, and there's the 2.5 acres behind where Leahy Clinic has built, and that is where the proposed physical rehab facility is being proposed. How much density on the east side remains? So planned and used, again, conditionally approved is 750,000 square feet of industrial. So remaining options, and I put options because you couldn't fit all of this into that area, are 350 units of residential, 200 hotel rooms, 700,000 square feet of commercial office, and 420,000 square feet of institutional use, hospital, assisted living, et cetera. And again, this is looking at the 4A side. You have to the south of Old Rum Trail, 750,000 square feet of industrial, and then you have approximately 92 acres to the north that's unsaid for right now. Now for the big announcement of the night. You may have heard recently that the Kraft family has announced the location of the new stadium for the New England Revolution at 4A, right on the corner.
What?
Huge news. Now,
Well, so that goes against every policy and procedure that we have in this town.
well, and Jeff, I'm going to tell you that
I know.
if you haven't figured out by now, it is April 1st, also commonly known as April Fool's Day. This is not happening. Don't worry, it's not happening. I'm sure it will not stop an anonymous poster on Facebook tomorrow, but I can guarantee you this is definitely not happening.
Yeah, I just got a text. It's out there.
Never fails.
It's out there.
You
Kelly
need-
Ayout's calling me?
Kevin was just kidding.
This is definitely
how
not
far that
happening. Not a joke, though, is the fiscal impact that Lucy went over. So, again, I don't think it can be understated. This is the net tax revenue that Woodmont has delivered to Londonderry. And it's important to say net tax revenue because this takes into account all of the expenses, such as police and fire EMT calls over to Woodmont Commons, any school impact. That's all taken into account. That in 2025, a little over $2.5 million in net tax revenue came out of Woodmont. And overall, since its inception, it's been over close to $16 million in net tax revenue. Those are not small numbers. And as Mr. Farrell pointed out, this was by design of what the fiscal impact agreement was supposed to do. And that ends the presentation.
Thank you, Kevin. Much appreciated. The board have any questions? Jason?
Hey, Kevin.
I think it's funny you put the Revolution up there because it seems like that's the only real estate quest that's gone on longer than Woodmont at this point. So, it's been 13 years. You know, every year it seems like you come up here, and for a while it was Pillsbury, and I noticed they decided to stop coming. People are tired of hearing we're getting interest. You know, like we're this close. You know, it's seems like the only thing, you know, as you and I talk about every year, only thing getting built over there is residential and doctors' offices, and now the P&S is a rehab center, which is another doctor's office, along with other residential. You know, I drive through Bedford and I see what they're building on 2nd Street there, or yeah, 2nd Street. I drive, obviously, Tuscan Village is its own city practically at this point now, and those were both started after the master plan for this was approved. I drive down Michael's Way and I get a little embarrassed because it still just is a lot of scrubland surrounded by doctors' offices and apartments. The economic outlook, as you know, is getting worse by the day. And I can't help but feel like we've missed the window on this, and that a lot of this interest and purchase and sales is going to go away, and eventually, you know, one of these years you guys are going to come and say, well, the only thing we can do is residential. It's frustrating. I hear it all the time from anyone who finds out that I'm on the planning board. What is happening over there? And I wish we could tell them it's something other than apartments and doctors' offices. I don't know why we can't at least do something there. Like, why can't there be a farmer's market or a Christmas market or something like use the land? Like, rather than just have giant piles, turn those into sledding hills. You know, like do something to make the land. Yeah, there's a tax that it's tax positive, and that's great to hear. But people did not get excited about, oh, I can't wait to get, you know, $2.5 million in net tax revenue. People got excited because you sold us on this awesome development, not you, but the people you work for who are paying you to be here to take their bullets, sold us on this great development in North Carolina. It's going to be just like that. And here we are 13 years later, and we're still hearing, no, it's really, one of these days, it's going to be just like that. And every year it gets a little farther away. So it's depressing. This is probably the most depressing meeting we have every year because it feels like it's the same PowerPoint presentation every year. And it's unfortunate, you know, and I wish they were here, but they're smart business people who have decided to let somebody else take the slings and arrows. So, yeah, hopefully one of these years is actually something to report on. So, thank you.
Kevin, could you talk about the overall economics of the project? And you're a smart guy. You see what the public says and such, but what, like, I definitely want to look for solutions and, you know, find the win-win for everyone involved. What are the economic drivers? Why is Londonderry just not, I guess, and I'm not saying that I believe this, why isn't it desirable? Why isn't that land desirable? It's in the middle of, you know, 2 highway exits right off 93. You know, part of me, you know, the business part of me says, well, you have to put the people, you have to build the infrastructure for the people so you can attract the retail. But then the other kind of concept and, you know, a counterpoint argument that I sometimes get is, well, we have 27,000 people in here already. Isn't that enough for a pizza place?
Right.
I don't know. So I'm just trying, I'm trying, you know, I've been, you know, researching that. I'm trying to just understand, you know, what is less desirable about Londonderry and this location, and why hasn't there been more retail establishments or stuff like that?
Yeah, so a lot of good questions there, and Jason, as you know, I share your frustrations on the speed at which it's developed out. And I remain an eternal optimist on it as a resident in town and a neighbor almost of the development. And I think back to when it was first approved in 2013, and it was always said it was going to be a 20-year build out, and we are now in year 13, so it's got to get going. I share the similar frustrations with that, and it hasn't been for lack of trying.
I know.
We've have met with so many different potential retail restaurant users over the years. It's interesting because exit 4A, everyone wants to be there. It's right off the highway. They look at it as amazing visibility, and that's why right out of the gate we're getting all of this interest and people wanting to be there because of the accessibility. To us, as residents of the community, this area seems very accessible. Every single time that we have a potential user come in, I remind them that market basket is number one in the state for sales volume. It's number one. 20,000 plus people a week go through that plaza. That's a staggering number. To a lot of these users, they see it as so far off of 102 that they got to drive into this development, and they feel like they're going to be out in no man's land. Now, if you talk to Chris Nickerson, who runs Derry Medical Center, he'll tell you the best movie ever made was leaving his old building on Buttrick Road and building there. He said because they get so much drive-by traffic and they've brought in so many new patients because they're so much more visible. So we use him to say, well, talk to some of these other potential users, like the hotel users, and tell them that this is not going to be as tough a sell to drive people here as you might think it is. There was the chicken and egg thing with the residential portion. When it was just starting out, the feedback was, we want to see more rooftops, Right now, all we see is open fields and apple trees, right? Well, now they're seeing the rooftops. And in fact, the people living in those rooftops are going, where are the amenities? We want to have restaurants. We want to have other things to walk to in and around Woodmont. So I think it's coming to a critical mass. And trust me, all of us within the Woodmont internal team want to see it happen. We want to see this development get to a finality and have it be done and have it be delivered with what was told to the community. I've read the stuff online when people say, well, we're not getting what we were sold that we're told we're going to get. Well, as I just showed you, there's a lot of land that's still not developed. And to this point, nothing that has come in thus far, as I said, is deviated from the master plan, right? There's a finite amount of residential. There's still a lot of commercial that can go in. And I can tell you, so long as I'm around and working on this project, there'll be no one coming in asking for one more residential unit over what has been given to the development. Because now the infill has to come, and the infill should be amenities that serve not only the residents of that community, but of the entire community. And as far as the economics, Jeff, yeah, they were probably better pre-COVID. There's no doubt about that. But stuff is still being built. There's still deals to be made. They're tougher to get them to pencil out in today's environment than they were 5 years ago. But I'm not seeing a complete drawback. We're seeing the restaurants get built. I think I told the story last year that, we had the folks in from the Copper Door. We put the hard sell on them to put a Copper Door in downtown Woodmont. And the feedback, two things we were told. One, it's too far off 102. We're not going to get the visibility we need, which I was like, you need visibility? Like, everybody knows the Copper Door, and it's always packed when you go there, whether it's Bedford or Salem. And the other feedback I got was, we're already in Bedford and Salem, we're capturing Londonderry. And that's the mindset, right? But we're not going to keep pushing for those things because we know the community wants those things. We want those things, so that when you go through there, you are just as proud as when you drive through, say, a Tuscan village.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
So, Tuscan Village had full water and sewer when it started.
Right.
And Second Street over in Bedford had full water and sewer when it started. When are you going to have full water and sewer? Because I know you don't have the capacity in Derry.
Right. We'll have full water and sewer capacity once that sewer pump station on Pillsbury Road is completed. At that point, we'll have the entirety of sewer and water available to serve the density that was in the master plan. So to your point, John, that master plan was passed with the density, but neither the water nor the sewer to support it at the time. The water's now there. Penachuk built the water tank and the transmission line and pump station last year. So now the water's there to serve the entirety of the development. The sewer will be there hopefully in December of 27 when that's completed.
So what Jason's talking about, you're not going to see until that's complete.
Correct, because
Just-
right.
Yeah.
Right now, there's not enough.
But it could be argued, why did it take 12 years to get to that?
Because it costs about $20 million.
But that's part of the cost of developing this thing, right?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying why.
I mean, like, if you knew that you needed water and sewer, and why did it take 12 years for it to get to that?
Well, no, but it shouldn't be lost that there is a big cost to all of it.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at what went in Woodmont to begin with, before any building showed up, you had a widened Route 102. You know, that state didn't pay for that portion around Woodmont. Woodmont paid for it, including Hampton Way, parts of Gilcrest Road, all of those lane widenings. That was all borne by Woodmont. Then it had to put the roadways into the development leading up to Pillsbury and had to build the sewer infrastructure, the water infrastructure, the gas infrastructure, and all the drainage ponds before a single building ever went up. I mean, you're probably talking around $30 million just in infrastructure.
Which should have been considered in the development costs.
Well, and it is, but when you're doing this project, it's such a large project, it couldn't be done in, say, 5 years or 10 years. That's why it was always said it was a 20-year build-out. Now a lot of that infrastructure is in. And, you know, with receiving the grant, or the town receiving the grant from Washington on the sewer infrastructure helped out tremendously in getting that pump station built, because that pump station is, what, $6.5 million, John? So there's definitely, we agree, there's cost to development. In this case, there's a lot of cost to that development.
Yeah, my point was the speed is,
Yeah, no,
the
I,
infrastructure was there already in the other two places.
I get that.
Kevin,
The question
can I
was
ask
why
a
it took that
question?
long.
I get it. I
That
understand.
sewer infrastructure, the sewer line you're talking, you said there'd be another user when you were speaking earlier of the sewer line.
Oh, no,
That's
what I
going-
was saying is that sewer pump station and the transmission line to connect it to Manchester will primarily serve Woodmont, but I believe there might be capacity, John, to serve.
It's primarily Woodmont.
Yeah. There may be some excess capacity there that will also
For
serve.
Londonderry?
Potentially.
Okay, I hope,
More
I
of a
was glad
John
you
question
didn't say
than it is a Kevin
Manchester.
question.
So, I was glad you didn't say Manchester or a different town. I
No.
appreciate that anyways, if you do have the excess capacity. So,
Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, there's a bunch of takeaways here. And I'm very fortunate that I don't participate in the online forums for a whole bunch of reasons, but occasionally people throw screenshots at me, which are much less painful than the other shots you could be getting. The north side housing that's going to come in was always going to be housing, correct?
Yes.
It was, the housing on that side was always part of the PUD master plan and part of the development agreement.
It was, and I would also add that if you actually look at the PUD master plan, it called for housing and some commercial development up there as well. Under the plan that's been presented, there's no commercial development in that section, just the housing.
Yeah, so, the fact that the keyboard warriors are screaming about excess development and excess housing is not true?
It's not true in the sense that the planning board approved those number of homes there when they approved the PUD.
Thank you, that's all I have.
But some of those homes were above commercial,
Could have been.
yes.
So is it, may I?
Go ahead, Tony.
So is there a point, what are you saying?
No, I just remember the whole plan because I was there.
I understand, I was too, but I don't understand what, does the comment mean
That there was also commercial planned up there.
so you're saying it would have been better with commercial, or it doesn't matter, or I don't understand what the comment is?
No, I mean,
It's just an observation?
like the original plan, and if this is the best, I shouldn't say it is the best that can be done, because I was looking for the commercial development anywhere on the property, basically. And it is a lot of residences up there. And it would have been nice if there was something for those residents across the street, you know?
I see, I get it. But just to put a bow around it, it's the same number of units.
Oh, I know.
I'm asking, is it?
Yes.
It is the same amount of
Yes.
units. It's just that to Ann's point, there's no services for those units.
Up in that area.
Yeah, is that what?
Yes,
Thank
exactly.
you, thank you. Now I couldn't figure out where it was going, so, thank you, I appreciate it. All set, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions from the board?
And again, there is no soccer stadium coming. I want to be very clear about
It's
that.
too late.
You have to repeat that about 50 times.
I'm taking that slide out when I have to post this.
Yeah.
I'm not dealing with those calls. You can take them.
It's too late. You can't unsee it.
Kraft would never move it out of Massachusetts anyway, so we're good.
But that parking lot for 5,000 cars.
Well, they are saying that the
Excellent.
minor leagues.
All right, Kevin, and thank you very much. Next order of business is administrative board work. Mr. Secretary, do we have any minutes to approve?
We've got 3 sets of minutes, Mr. Chair, and I'll motion that we approve the minutes of March 4th, 2026, as
Yep.
presented.
I have a motion on the table.
So moved.
Second by John.
Did you make the motion?
Tony made the motion.
I thought he was.
Oh, Art made the motion.
I made the motion,
I'll
Tony
second.
did the
I'll-
second.
Okay.
John can go next.
My apologies.
Man, it doesn't matter.
All in favor, starting roll call vote, starting with Ann.
And Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Knights, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
Chair votes in the affirmative. Next set.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we adopt the minutes of March 11th, 2026, as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Sean. All in favor, starting roll call vote, starting with Ann.
And Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Abstain, I was not here.
Jason Knights, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion we approve the minutes of March 23rd, 2026, as presented.
Just a point of word, that was the PUD review.
PUD, yes.
Excellent. Okay, thank
Monday
you.
night meeting.
Thank you.
So there were very few people.
Right,
That
so
one, right?
He just had a quorum. I think
And
at
that
one
quorum's
time we had
probably-
6.
We're going to hold that for the next meeting.
let's hold that one for for more bodies, particularly the ones that were in there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good move.
3 of you were here. 4 of you were here.
Oh, so we do have a
Yeah.
we can let's entertain that.
Okay,
Okay, I'll go ahead with the motion,
Voting
Mr.
members'
Chair.
name, yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay.
All right.
Better vote?
All in favor, roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, abstain.
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell abstain.
Jason Knights abstain.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair abstains. So we have
4-0.
4-0, 4 abstentions. All right. Moving on to regional impact determinations. I don't believe we have any. Kristen, Kelly?
Correct.
Excellent. Discussions with town staff. We have an extension request for Vista East-West site plan, moving that to October 10th, 2026.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call vote, starting with Ann.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Knights, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. We have another extension request for 5 Ricker Ave site plan, moving that to July 28th, 2026. Town have any comments on that extension? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to move that.
Okay, I'll move that, Mr. Chair.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Knights, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Okay. Moving on to, I would also like to just move another agenda item. The non-binding review and discussion will be conducted in accordance with RSA 674-54 regarding the proposed governmental land use project. I'd like to move that one up. Does anyone have any objections on the board? That is the SAU building project that, as part of federal regulations, that one will be, that is required as a courtesy to come forward to our board.
What happened?
And no, I'm not going for the sympathy vote tonight.
You're awful
This
young to be
wasn't
using a
actual knee
walker.
surgery. It was last Wednesday, so we're in recovery mode, but excited to be here nonetheless.
Just move carefully.
Just a warning to any consultant that works for me. My name is James Danis. I'm the
So
Deputy
before
Director
we
of Public
actually,
Works.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to read this case into the
Okay.
record. Again, non-binding, I started to, but then I was basically explaining what I was doing, but I haven't officially read into the record, so apologies. We have a non-binding review and discussion will be conducted in accordance with RSA 674:54 regarding a proposed governmental land use project. The project consists of construction of a 5,000 square foot addition and associated parking expansion to the existing town hall, SAU 25, as well as a 5,300 square foot addition to the police department impound storage area. Additional site improvements include stormwater management upgrades, installation of sidewalks, and ADA accessibility enhancements. The proposal further includes a request for a conditional use permit for permanent wetland impacts totaling 5,614 square feet and temporary wetland impacts totaling 916 square feet. 268B Mammoth Road, Tax Map 9, Lot 45, Zone AR1, Town of Londonderry is the owner and the applicant. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm only the vice chair.
Oh, fantastic.
He's learning.
All right, so once again, my name is James Danis. I'm the new Deputy Director of Public Works.
Welcome.
I'm here with Nick Golan, who is with TF Moran and the designer of the site project. You've already said it, we're here in compliance with RSA 674, and we're just kind of looking for input and everything on our site plan. Again, we submitted the site plan application in accordance with normal procedures, as well as a conditional use package in accordance with normal procedures. We also attended the Conservation Commission meeting last week to go along with a wetlands impact and a buffer impact supported by the conditional use and parking in that area. So with that, I'd like to hand it off to Nick to do the lion's share of the presentation.
Thank you, James. Fairly straightforward, so I'll give you the facts of what we're proposing. An expansion of the existing building to accommodate the SAU of approximately 5,000 square feet with a corresponding parking lot expansion that will ultimately accommodate 70 parking spaces. The project is phased, and it's purposely such, the first of which is to accommodate the building expansion. The area as depicted on the plan on your screens to the left would accommodate approximately 32 parking spaces, but it is initially intended to provide for the opportunity for construction laydown. As all of us know, parking here at the town hall can be problematic at times, so this is looking to resolve that outstanding condition of perhaps some deficiency in parking. As mentioned in the opening, there will also be approximately 5,300 square foot expansion of the impound yard. This is just an example of the town doing its due diligence, realizing they're going to have mobilization costs, and there is no need to also expand the impound area. So we're going to take advantage of that opportunity as well. In addition to those two improvements, we are having the opportunity to add 2 ADA parking spaces that will be centrally located basically right at the front door, as well as providing some sidewalk improvements for better mobility and interconnectivity of the site. In order to accommodate this, we will see a wetland impact as part of Phase 2. So if we flip to the site layout plan for Phase 2, we do see we have an approximately 5,400 square foot permanent wetland impact with just under 1,000 square feet of temporary impact. So those impacts, the area in red is the wetland impact. You can see that we've really just skirted along the outer edge of that wetland. The larger, more functioning wetland community is located further to the north. And that area blue represents what is the wetland buffer impact, which is a little under 20,000 square feet. Other improvements to the site, we'll have some site lighting improvements, some minimal landscape improvements. One comment we did receive from the Conservation Commission is if there was the opportunity to evaluate further landscaping within the parking lot, which will be taken under consideration as part of a value add. From the standpoint of utilities, we have what we need on site presently. There's an existing sewer stub that we'll connect to service this building. I believe most people in the room already know, but the area of this building expansion previously housed a building. So we really do have the necessary infrastructure in place to accommodate this. So water, sewer, gas, all those interconnections can be made. Well, as far as managing our stormwater, it'll be a closed drainage system. So catch basin to a pipe to a head wall, that'll then drain to a filtration basin. The intent with that filtration basin is to dissipate the improvements of the parking lot so that we can provide appropriate stormwater treatment consistent with your site plan regulations. I would note that it is a partial stormwater management plan, doesn't carry with it all the normal bells and whistles, but does allow us to evaluate the improvements that are being proposed and to confirm that there's no increases in the peak rate of runoff specifically to the parking lot that we're looking to install. Other site-related items, I think I mentioned that we'll have some site lighting improvements, dark sky compliant, and I will leave it at that, folks. We had the opportunity to meet with the Conservation Commission. They provided us their feedback, which we'll look to integrate to the extent practical, and we're looking to do the same this evening. So if there's comments, questions, or otherwise, James and I are happy to answer.
Yeah, we also ran it through staff. John gave us a handful of comments that, he ran us through the regular gauntlet of questions that everybody else would have. So I got a few things to address, and we'll get those taken care of on top of the concerns that the Concom had to the project as well.
That concludes your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Before we go to the board, any staff input? Kelly?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I believe you have my memo dated the 1st of April. My memo summarizes the results of my review of the plans and the drainage memo. And those comments included providing appropriate details, clarification and cleanup of the plans for proper construction of the improvements that are being proposed. In addition, there's to revise the drainage analysis to address existing and proposed development being proposed on the site. So that's my Reader's Digest version of my comments. And as James indicated, they're well aware of what the comments are. That's all I have.
Just a reminder, this is a non-binding discussion, but the board should still provide the input as you see fit. I have nothing else.
Thank you, Kelly. All right, board, if we could provide, again, as Kelly mentioned, it's a non-binding
We can't make it binding.
Right,
Yes.
right. And this is really our only opportunity to provide feedback for this project. So if we could, you definitely provide feedback on overall site layout, impacts and mitigation related to the Conservation Overlay District, and, any comments or input on phasing and functionality of the site improvements, and any coordination with existing municipal uses on the site.
And Jeff, just to confirm for everyone here, this is not a public comment on this.
Right, this is not a public hearing. Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to say it a different way, a municipality does not have to follow its own rules. And it's a courtesy when the municipality comes to the planning board. And this is the same process that has happened for all the capital projects that have happened in the town of Londonderry since I've been here, since 1978. So when the library was built, when the high school was built, when the high school gym was built, when the central fire station was built, when North and South Fire Station was built, when the police station was built, when this town hall was built, all of those things, everybody talks to each other, but it's not, there's nothing binding from anyone. So appreciate the amount of detail that's in this report. It is, from my experience, it's a lot more detail than I've personally seen in the past, and I appreciate that. And, it is what it is. You're replacing a building that was already here. All the infrastructure's pretty much already here. You're going to address the parking situation. Conservation has said their piece, and I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Rudd.
Under the landscaping plan, could you include, this is just a request, purple lilac? It's the state flower.
I do realize it was a cardinal sin to come in with a landscaping plan in Londonderry without purple lilac. But we will further evaluate the potential for its inclusion.
There's a few engineers that have been trained.
It's non-binding.
It's not non-binding, so it's up to you.
Comment noted.
Also, the school district too, I'm sure, is watching. The lighting fixtures, is there going to be a continuity with what's out there now?
That's the intent, yes.
Okay. And the other I had was where the construction trailer is. Is there still easy access through the front door of the town hall so people can?
The construction trailer for the building addition itself, the actual project?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's actually intended to be out in the courtyard here, just on the other side of the back entrance. So through some discussion and agreement, we staff agreed to let them have it relatively close to the addition. The concern was any of their construction activities impacting existing parking spaces, which we emphatically said no to. So that's why that gravel area, that stage one, is going to be built first. so that they can occupy an area for laydown and storage and Conex boxes and that kind of stuff. But their trailer and a few other incidentals will kind of occupy the courtyard and some of the green space while they're working.
Thank you. It's a good project, so.
Thank you.
And it's great to see people working together. That's the intent of how we like to do it, so.
There was one comment on landscaping related to the parking area itself. DPW actually has a variety of trees that we are looking to plant, around the parking area. So I believe that satisfied the Concom's question on landscaping, just to kind of supplement what we already have shown on the plan.
And that's where our list and our site plan has come from, is Conservation Commission. So.
Yep.
Any other comments from the board?
Is that really now a dog pound? That area in the top right?
Officially, I honestly don't know.
It's what the police department uses whenever they have strays or
Oh, okay.
missing animals.
I never knew that.
Series of
There's an
kennels with an
existing-
outside area.
There's an existing area there right now.
It's
I
been
thought there was
very-
just cars that were damaged. That seems like what I'd see up there.
There's an existing run back there.
Okay, thanks.
From what I've seen, the end is very unobtrusive, so.
Must be, I can't see it.
Any other comments?
That's it.
Be good to get this done.
All right, Godspeed.
Perfect.
Thank you for your time. Have a good
Thank you very much.
All right. Moving on, going to be moving on to old business. We have a public hearing for an application for a formal review of a subdivision of map 10, lot 41. Nope, where's the, that's not the one.
The two new business I think we have left.
Sorry about that. Oh, gosh.
This is one right here, Jeff.
Yeah, I apologize. We have under new business, new plans, a public hearing on an application for a formal review of a site plan for a retail car dealership and associated site improvements in the Commercial to C2 zoning district 6, Dickey Street, tax map 10, lot 109. Leon and Tamara Lamps is the owner and the applicant. This case is now read into the record. Would like to check for completeness. Give me a second while we.
There are two checklist items.
So, Mr. Chair, there's an error in the memo. I said there were 2 outstanding checklist items, but then underneath that, there's actually 4. So,
There's 4.
yes.
Okay. Kristen, could you review those?
Sure. The first one is some utility clearance letters. The second one is the architectural elevations. The third one is the lighting plan, and the fourth one is other legal documents, easements, and such like that.
Okay, so I have utility lighting plan, easements. What was the third one?
Architectural. And so clearance letters, architectural, lighting, and legal documents.
Okay.
So there's 6 in all?
No, just
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, okay, just these 4. Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we waive for acceptance only the checklist items that Kristen had just read, so there'd be 1, 2, 3, and 4 that are listed here on the staff memo of April 1st, 2026 from Kristen Farr.
All right, I have a motion to waive those items for acceptance purposes only.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor of that motion, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Bonnie Barani, aye.
Tony D. I.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Knights, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Those have been waived for acceptance purposes only. Okay. With that done, we'll invite the applicants up to present. So welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Jason Hill with TF Moran. I'm here with the owners and applicants, Leo and Tamara Lampus. This is a site plan application for a property at 6 Dickey Street. If you have access to the Google map, if it's easy, you could load that. If everyone's familiar with the property, that's fine too, but this is an existing redevelopment project, even though there's no technical redevelopment criteria in Londonderry. The site's basically fully disturbed, occupied. It's shown here on, if there's an aerial map, Google map. There's an
Friendly Reds.
It's almost in Derry, just north of Broadway. This is a 0.4 acre site. It's bounded to the south by a restaurant, like a sports bar restaurant type.
Friendly Reds.
Friendly Reds.
Friendly Reds.
So, thank you. And then they were bounded along to the west by auto auction of New England wholesalers. And then primarily the rest of the abutting is a residential, sites, along Dickey Street and such. So this is the purpose of this is so that Leo and Tammy can essentially, they own an existing auto sales business they've operated for several years. And in order to expand the clientele base per se to a retail instead of solely wholesale, it just enables them to sell to more people. They're required to come before you to get a site plan approval, as well as we had to do some other things, like we got several variances from the zoning board. And so that's the purpose. And this project is essentially to keep the existing building and do some site improvements, relatively minor site improvements. There'll be no change in the utility services. What we actually looking to do is to remove so it's basically essentially gravel and pavement the site today with a loop driveway around it. And you can see they're storing inventory on the south side with access a loop road around the building itself. And so we're going to reorganize that. We're pulling in the footprint on all sides except for along Dickey Street. We're going to consolidate the development and keep the existing building and delete the loop driveway on the north curb cut, and essentially create a small parking lot in the middle where that bush is for customers and for the low amount of staff. So this business is it's not like Garponi or something where it's not open to the public anytime you come fast, you move a lot of vehicles. This is slow. They call ahead, arrange for a meeting on site, the customer. So you're talking about a limited volume and limited activity, limited traffic.
One at a time.
For the most part, it's one at a time. So that's what we're looking to do. The plan here is the site plan showing the reconstructed, essentially on the left-hand side is the south. That'll be the display area and the inventory storage. And on the other side of the site will be the parking for the staff and customers. That's how it's set up. Several of the waivers actually are non-applicable essentially because they get into the parking criteria, whereas we're actually using that area for storage, but we applied for the waivers, basically. So I can get into that in detail, but essentially we're talking about a very small parking lot and a vehicle storage lot and some landscaping. That's all kind of we're doing, and some drainage improvements. So this plan shows all of that. The building at the center, the storage of vehicles on the left-hand side. There's an existing garage on the top is the page that'll be retained. And then we'll have a stormwater management facility, which is a gray rectangle there at the end of the parking lot. Could you just flip to the landscaping plan, please? Thank you. Okay, here we go. Thank you. So we're proposing to dress this proposal will make the site look much better than, forgive me, it'll upgrade the appearance with regards to providing much more green space, tree plantings, enhancements to the the interior landscaping. However, we've applied for some waivers. And again, pulling back the footprint of impervious, consolidating. So we actually have less impervious than what exists now as a result of the project. So the waivers, so that's the project. The lighting will be retained. There's just some existing lighting fixtures that are low voltage, functionally non-obtrusive, those would be retained. Like I said, the utilities will be retained because there's no new building loads or anything like that. So we're looking at that. So the waivers are several. I've submitted the paperwork. I can review them with you or just rely on so the waivers are for interior parking, landscaped areas, to allow less than the required amount of interior shade trees, to omit curbing along the edge of pavement along the left-hand side of the plan where we're proposing on that left-handed strip in front of the display for the vehicles, so the storage. And to allow for less than the required perimeter shade trees for the total parking lot perimeter of 300 lineal feet. Architectural elevations to be rendered where we're not proposing any upgrades to the facade. The lighting, since we're proposing to retain the existing lighting, security lighting, if in fact, that'll be waived for the lighting plan. And then the utility clearance letters, I waived it, but it's almost an NA versus a waiver. So that would be the waivers.
Jason, didn't you submit a second, another one this afternoon?
Yeah, I did submit a waiver. I have a copy of it. It's for drainage criteria for a freeboard requirement the town has for freeboard, which is available head space for the 50-year storm. So there's criteria so I'm proposing a waiver for the freeboard for the pond for the drainage system. So that covers the waivers. Finally, I submitted and I'm not going to read it, but I'll refer by record to it, the performance standards memorandum, and I can go review those with you if you'd like. Please. But how this project, we demonstrated that we conform to the performance standards of section 5.16 of the zoning ordinance. And then basically the last thing is related to, we have some comments from the Stantec group I got dated today. Most of those, I've reviewed the comments. A lot of them are what you'd call, they're technical changes that we can make. I don't expect the outcome of the model to change much, but we have to address those, and we intend on doing that. the main thing is related to the drainage system that we're proposing, which was, it's not the standard of the town, and it was observed by Stantec and others that it should be discussed with you guys to see if what you think about it. And so that is, we have designed this system, which is that rectangle. This site is unique. We have a unique site. It's limited by topography, meaning like vertical topo relief, which means which restricts the options that we have for drainage systems. We are, as I mentioned, reducing the impervious coverage in and of itself by approximately 10% by pulling the footprint back. So that deals a lot with the reduction in flow to the abutters, just that aspect of the project. But the treatment aspect is something that's different, which, we're required to do that as well. And we've looked at scenarios. We've proposed this system which is appropriate for this site, which is restricted by, it's been controlled basically by the topography, having really no runoff anywhere directed at the abutters, very low runoff rates in general. We've tested the soils to find that the location of the practice has a rapid infiltration rate to receive runoff, and it's appropriate for infiltration practices based on that. And because of those constraints with the elevation and the topography and the fact that we have a 0.4 acre site, we don't have a lot of real estate left to put in alternative systems that would render this development non-practical to keep them using the land how they're already using it. So those factors, the practicality and the site constraints, have led to this design of an appropriate system of infiltration. It's actually a filtration system because of the rapidity of the soil to receive water. You actually have to filter it instead of just discharging it to treat the water. And so the design does that. And we do have a porous pavement system, which is it's the UNH spec. I think it's what we did, and I wasn't involved with it, for Stonyfield. This is the UNH spec. I have extra copies, but it involves the details of the design and such of that system. So that's the approach to stormwater here for this project. And we have, this system I've utilized on sites that have low traffic and not heavy truckloads and stuff like that. It's an appropriate site for the use. And we've done it on other projects in southern New Hampshire that have been built and been, existed for several years and are still performing. So this system does require some maintenance, like everything does. And we've baked that into the template for this project, the plans and the report that will require the maintenance activities to be done. And the system's very efficient based on EPA testing that has been done and published for municipal MS4 permits, and specifically in New Hampshire and AOT and stuff. So I know the system performs good in removing the targeted pollutants of, nitrogen and phosphorus and others. But so I think it's appropriate for this project. So that is the system that was essentially looked to be discussed with you all tonight to get your buy-in or questions on or approach to how we can get this approved and move forward with the project.
So do you have anything else from a presentation standpoint before I go to staff?
We did I was not at the conceptual meeting last summer with the board. We did, the applicant held one. This system was described my understanding is this was mentioned to the board as an approach. Take that with a grain of salt because it is a non-binding hearing, but it was proposed at that point in time. And my understanding was there wasn't any significant pushback or issues with that approach then. So that would be pretty much all for now. Thank you.
Anything else? Great. Kristen, do you have anything from, or yeah, who wants to go first, Kristen or John?
Me.
Kristen, go ahead.
So there are 7 waivers that were submitted with the application, and then the one that was received just today, so we haven't had a chance to really look at it. So I don't really have any good comment on that. But if you want me to go over the waivers, I can do that.
So just to clarify, the waiver that was submitted today, staff has not had the opportunity to dissect it.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, did you want me to go over the other ones?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the first one, Jason already mentioned these, but I'll just repeat. It has to do with the interior parking lot landscaping. It should be at least 10%, and they have, I don't think they have any at all, right? I think it was 0.
That would be. That's correct. 0% provided.
0 is proposed, yeah. The next one was 310G3, and that has to do with interior shade trees. Same reasoning. And the 310G4 has to do with the curbing along the edge of the pavement and the surrounding parking areas. They don't meet that minimum. 310G5 is related to the perimeter shade trees, the quantity, 1 per 50 feet of perimeter length. The next one is 312, related to the architectural renderings. They're not changing the building, so it makes sense that they wouldn't need those necessarily, but 313 is to do with the lighting plan, like they said. Did you have a question?
Nope, not yet.
Okay. The lighting plan, they're not proposing any, so seems unnecessary. And then the last one is 11.5.A through F, and that relates to the utility clearance letters. And the one that was submitted today had to do with the requirement for 12 inches of freeboard for the 50-year storm, which I would defer to John on input on that.
Thank you. Mr. Trottier?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jason summarized the issue regarding this stormwater pond. Again, so this area here, this square, that's where they're proposing to store some of the stormwater. So again, typically you see a detention pond is a depression in the ground, a grass area that again, with an outlet control structure that throttles that water out. What they're basically proposing is to store the water basically on the surface and allow it to infiltrate, and then also for it to flow to the west out this way, and again, in creating a point source discharge. So far so good, Jason? I'm describing it correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So again, concern is, again, we have, in the wintertime, again, it's just unconventional, storing stormwater in a parking area. That's one of the big concerns. In the wintertime, it freezes. You have an ice skating rink. It does not infiltrate. Second part is, again, they're creating a point source discharge. So again, what will end up happening is the water will fill up in that area, and it'll discharge, and it'll flow into the abutter's property. At times, what we end up doing is we'll create a level spreader that allows that water to dissipate much more gradual over a bigger area. I've got no clue what's happening with the topography to the east, or to the west, excuse me, onto that property. So again, they're creating that point source discharge, which is of concern. The complete porous pavement design was not provided within the plan spec. I'm just summarizing these comments because there's 4 pages of them. The drainage analysis was using, again, incorrect soil types and infiltration rates. It's unknown how those rates were determined. And lastly, the calculations indicate features that do not or are not even represented on the plan set themselves. So there's a lot of concern regarding the drainage of the site. The other, as I said, 4 pages of comments are, Jason says he can address them. So again, you really need direction from the board how to deal with the drainage. It's in a nutshell.
Oh, 1 second. Thank you, John.
Yep.
Kelly, just could you clarify something for me, though? It was mentioned as part of the presentation that there was no redevelopment requirement in Londonderry. I believe that's wrong.
Yeah, so I think, just to note kind of how we got here, so this property's been in discussions at staff level since, like, I believe the early 2000s. And it was essentially the result of an enforcement matter. So we're running up to about 20 years-ish of conversation about how to essentially get the site into compliance. The current owners before you this evening have submitted a site plan because this is a commercial use in a commercial zone and we require site plans for such uses. So while there may not be redevelopment requirements, when you have a commercial use in a commercial zone, you were required to have a site plan. So that is the process that we're following, which is why they're here this evening. So again, the intent of this plan is to address how they're operating today and ensure that they're in compliance with our current standards.
Excellent. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. All right. So I'm going to move with questions to the board. After questions to the board, we'll open up the public hearing.
Could I address any of John's, or do you want me to wait on that?
I'm fairly certain you're going to have a lot of questions about the stormwater
Okay.
runoff. So,
And may I address the board as well?
yes, yeah, sure.
No?
Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to clarify a few things. So when we purchased the property, and I know you guys have heard this before, we were given permission, and this is a copy of the letter. So we were given permission to do what we've been doing there.
Wasn't it only online, though?
And let's have her finish, and then we can ask questions.
So yes, we work by appointment. We are respectful to our neighbors. We don't want a lot of people over there. I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning. When we purchased the property, we were told by the town and the real estate person that it was in a C2 zone and that we were able to sell cars from there. What we learned after we purchased the property was that you could only do wholesale, and to do retail, you would need a site plan. So we had just bought this property, and we were not in a position to spend the money for a site plan. So we have been doing wholesale there. In the meantime, the town came to us, and they asked if we were doing retail there, which we hadn't been. We're a small family-owned business. It's me, my husband, and my 2 sons. So when we realized that we were kind of up against a wall, we went to Derry, because it's illegal to have 2 places in the same town, and we had to open up a second business in order to retail our cars. So from 2017 on, we have had double rent, double insurance, double expenses, 2 separate businesses, which has been very difficult to maneuver, but somehow we've been lucky enough to do it. And so to fast forward where we are, Mr. Codner approached us and said that we would need a site plan. So that's what we did. We talked with TF Moran, and they were really great about.
We had talked to Steve Cummings first.
We did. We
went to the same spot for the drainage.
Right.
Because he bought the property, unlike John.
Right. So that's true. We had another engineer that came to us, and he said, guys, you're on a .4 lot.
Spot.
It's a natural spot. This is where the water goes. This is where you need to have your drainage. So then,
Getting fought.
we went up, we had some conversations about that. And so when we contracted with TF Moran, before Jason took us, we were working with Matthew Ruthier, who presented the plan to the planning board back in June? September. We had a meeting. John saw what Matthew had planned.
Same thing that.
The same
Hold
thing
on.
that's.
I'm just gonna, can I just have one person talk?
Sure.
For a variety of reasons. One, this is a public meeting. It's carried on cable television, and the microphones are, just pick up one person at a time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, anyway, so Matthew, when he drew our original plans, he did the same thing. So we tried to work with Mr. Trottier the last few months, and what he had us doing was, when you look at the lot, he wanted us to go to the top of the hill and bring some sort of crazy drainage down, where now the water, it flows to where it flows and it goes out. We haven't had a water issue there. And the thing that makes it difficult for me to understand why he's being so difficult with us for the drainage is because we're losing a driveway, we are giving up spaces that we have, and we're trying to come to the town. We obviously have a huge hardship, and we're trying to work with the town to accommodate the best we can, and this drainage thing has just been, hanging over our heads. This is a 0.4 acre lot. It's small, it's tiny. There's not a lot of water that happens there. And now behind us, there's big development, and they took down all the trees all the way up to up to where we are. So now if there's any water, it's, anyway, I wanted to say that too, but I also wanted to address the water issue. So low impact we are a low impact, we're not building, we're not taking anything down, we're not rebuilding, we're leaving everything essentially the way it is, other than what the town is asking us to do. And the design that Jason is talking about serves two distinct purposes. It provides parking and transportation service, but it also treats stormwater quality and quantity volumes without taking additional space. Rainfall drains through pavement and directly infiltrates the subsurface. This significantly reduces runoff volume, decreases temperature, improves water quality, and essentially eliminates an impervious surface. It also speeds snow and ice melt, dramatically reducing the salt required for winter maintenance. The porous asphalt design tested at the UNH, and that's the UNH study. But this is a UNH study that talks about it's the wave of the future. And there's also a stormwater best management that I found from the Department of Environmental Services. And I also dug out from the EPA where they are endorsing. So, sorry, I just get really teed up when I'm talking to everybody. But, we're trying to make this work. And for us, just having to go back to try to go back, what Mr. Trottier's asked us to do in the last few months has been thousands of dollars. So at this point, it's just gotten out of hand. Like, we're hoping that you guys will see that we definitely have a hardship and reason and reason with us, so that we can figure out something that works, that isn't going to crush us. Right?
Yeah.
It's already crushed us, but trying to keep it rolling. And I understand, I understand what you're doing, with all due respect. However,
But you haven't walked the property.
you've never come out to talk to us. Your engineer.
Folks, let's. Art, I got this. Please address the chair when you're.
Sorry.
And I just want to kind of also clarify, it's not John doing this. This is the town regulations. John is.
He's the one we talked to.
John is rightfully enforcing them per what we have. So I just want to clarify that, and you're doing everything right. Coming to us, you're making your case. We'll then kind of have questions and deliberate.
It's hard for me to understand how somebody can look at a piece of paper without actually coming out to the property to see that it's a 0.4 acre and expect us to meet these
obligations for this drainage system that, that already exists, and we're not making that many changes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the board to either town staff or the applicant?
Jason? That-
That's right.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That was very thorough and well presented, and there was a lot of information. And we're talking about 0.4 acres. Before I was on the town council, I spent 11 years on the planning board. The planning board is, as you're well aware, a quasi-judicial board. All the information you've given and everything else, there's a great deal of detail. All the information that's coming from the homeowners, great deal of detail, right? What is happening here is that you had a business that's been running since the 1950s, and it's been a car lot since the 1950s. So I understand why you're perplexed on why has this become so difficult. So, and I understand why you're trying to look for relief on it and everything else. You spent probably tens of thousands of dollars, on this. Unfortunately, zoning came into effect in the late 1970s, which changed everything. It not only affects you, but it affects every other business that's been here for even 200 years, and that they have to meet those regulations. Drainage always has been an issue. Now, I don't know if they can work around drainage or whatever those things are, but what I want this board to understand and consider is 0.4 acres. These are all the hoops they've been jumping through. They've been jumping through them for the last several years and everything else. And our regulations say that, you have to do that because everyone has to be treated exactly the same, no matter who you are and no matter what piece of land you have. I have empathy for you and I understand, and I hope that we can figure out how to help. But an amazing amount of information given how small of a project it is and the slight change you're making. Thank you for the hard work.
Thank you.
Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So drainage is always an issue, and in the past 3 or 4 months we've been through. It seems like countless of these types of projects where once you try to make a change, the entire site gets opened up. And I've done the same speech every time, which is similar to what John just did. One of the bigger issues that we have on this board is that we have to try and find the happy medium between the spirit of the law and the letter of the law. Town staff doesn't have that right. Town staff is obligated to do their job and read what the regulation is and make applicants enforce it. Okay? So that's part of the dichotomy of what goes on. Drainage has been an issue with this board and the ZBA since zoning started, because the law says a particular lot of land cannot drain off into someone else's land. And therein lies the problem, because, well, then where does the water go? It can't just sit there. There's going to be runoff, especially in New England, because when the ground freezes, it doesn't percolate down, right? It just runs somewhere. And then people come here looking for relief that we can't give them because their cellars are flooding because of a change that somebody made somewhere, upstream, downstream, in between stream, whatever. So that's where we're at. Now, what we have to try and interpret is we have a set of regulations that we know works. We also have to look at 0.4 acres. How do we handle that? What's changing? What's different? What's new technology? What's old technology? And then based on the experiences that we all have had at this board, like I say all the time, I've been on that, on the side that you're on right now, talking to boards. Where do we go? We're gonna come back to that. But I do have a question on the Conservation Commission's comment on, they recommend that a shed be demolished and check for hazardous material. Where is that shed on this site, and will it be demolished? Because I don't see it anywhere else.
To the right of the garage in the back.
Okay, so they're recommending that happens. Is that gonna happen?
Yep.
And who's gonna test it? What kind of testing are you gonna
It's
do?
just a Sears and Roebuck steel shed, 8x8. It's been there forever.
But it's been an automotive place since before zoning started, right?
I don't know.
Whatever. That's almost a rhetorical question. So, Conservation Commission is worried about that shed for whatever reason. Mr. Chair, Marge is here. I don't know if Marge wants to come up and speak to that or not. She does not, so that's okay. I'm okay with that. I don't know why they made that comment or what could possibly be in there other than old oil that's draining into the
It's
ground.
the applicant's intention that the shed will be removed and any contents will be removed or sent to any facilities in accordance with applicable regulations.
Okay, so we'll need that in writing somewhere, please.
Some aluminum rims are there, an old wood stove, stuff like that that's not even needed.
Okay. And
Will
then,
will the soils be tested underneath that metal shed? If it doesn't have a metal floor?
It has a metal floor. And
There's
it has,
no-
cement blocks under it.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Okay,
cement blocks
thank you.
in the metal floor.
yeah, I'd be happy if it was just, if it disappears, whatever. And then they also have another comment, to have the applicant document the rationale for waiving, for the waivers regarding landscaping. And you did mention something about that, but I didn't know if they're talking about the same thing that you talked about.
Well, the site plan shows it the best. If you can flip like the thanks, John. So the parking lot for this
Landscaping?
that would be fine. Yeah. Keep going. A couple more down. Right there. So the parking lot consists of those 3 spaces plus a space across from them. It's a 4-space parking lot. To implement those landscaping requirements we have chosen to provide alternative plantings around the perimeter along the road frontage where they will be more beneficial. And since the lot is such a small lot, essentially that's the justification for the waiver. We'd be creating land disturbance just to create landscaped islands.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have one more question, Mr. Chair, if it's okay. And so, of the applicant, just so I can get it fresh in my head, because I remember you were here last time. I know the site, been by the site, I've seen the site. I don't step on land anymore that I don't own. I mentioned that at Heritage Commission the other night. So I have not stepped on your land because that would be trespassing. I now know that.
Took all this time, huh? You walked into that one.
Tony,
But-
so
and-
Tony, if you drove by,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have more green space than Friendly Reds.
Understood.
Naturally there.
Understood.
Friendly Reds took all theirs away.
Right. So, but I wanna lay this out. So, You bought the property and the business, or the property and created the business?
Created the business.
However, when we got there, the day that we got the key after the closing, there was somebody operating a business in the garage.
So you bought the land and created a business?
Yes.
And what year was that, please?
2014.
2014.
2015.
And this whole thing was triggered by enforcement, code enforcement, recognizing that something was wrong? Was that the first trigger?
We just, when we bought it, it said auto sales, but it didn't say wholesale auto sales. We just figured auto sales is auto sales. Guess your books should present better.
So the trigger was wholesale
Right,
by enforcement, by
right,
our enforcement officer.
not retail.
Correct. Which
Right, so,
led to, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
Which led to a trip to Rockingham Superior Court.
Got it. Okay. I'm all set, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, I can tell you I verified with a butter. They've been selling cars there since 1956. So just,
Nope. Let's open it to the public.
Gianni.
Mr. Chair,
Johnny?
I got a couple of questions.
Yes.
If I can take them. So I think you just sort of talked through one of my questions. What's triggering the site plan review is that you're changing wholesale to retail?
Correct.
Okay.
Not changing. Multi is not changing, correct? It's gonna be increased to retail and wholesale.
Increased.
It's not changed. It'll be added to the billet.
Yeah, okay. So otherwise you could continue, maybe this is a question for staff, otherwise if you just stayed at wholesale, it wouldn't trigger the site plan change?
Correct.
Okay.
Who are you asking?
Staff, I guess basically.
No, there's no approved site plan for what they're doing.
But wouldn't it be a grandfathered use?
If they were operating as they were in, I think, don't hold me to the date, I believe it was like the early 2000s, they could continue on as legal non-conforming, but as soon as they changed
Yeah,
the use technically, whether it's wholesale to retail or vice versa, you're changing it, and that triggers, it's a non-residential use in a commercial zone, it triggers a site plan, just like any other commercial use.
but that's what's basically, it's going from wholesale to retail, which triggers a site
I
plan.
think there were a number of other enforcement matters that are being encompassed into this, but
Okay.
if I'm going to be held to one kind of tipping point, it's my understanding that that's what that is.
Okay. All right, so that answers that question. My second question is, so what I hear is that you're making an attempt to, what I hear is there's no drainage on the site
Trying to
currently.
bring it to code as best as we can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but right now, if you, let's say, operated the way you're operating today and you didn't have to go through a site plan, there is no drainage on it, right?
Correct.
Plan.
On the site.
And that's
Currently.
and what I meant by redevelopment criteria was that I don't believe the town has stormwater redevelopment criteria, similar to a lot of other towns which do, which allow cases exactly like this to proceed, where we're gonna give you better water quality,
Yeah.
but we're not being held to the current standards of a brand-new project. So it's and this is a unique case to
No.
apply that. That's all I really meant by that.
Yeah, no, I understand, and John only has one criteria to go by, and that's,
Sure,
and he treats the same, he treats everybody coming through this, board the same way, but, I guess what I'm saying for the board's benefit is that right now there is no type of, water treatment on the site, and maybe what they're providing doesn't meet the criteria, but it's something more than is currently existing. And what I also,
Yeah, go ahead, Johnny, sorry.
and what I also hear is that you're making efforts to, let's say, reduce the lot coverage ratio, providing impervious soils, and providing some additional landscaping that will suck up some of that groundwater.
Yes.
So it may not be to the town standards, but the site's getting sort of better overall.
Yes, in those, for those reasons and others.
Yeah, so and that's Johnny Yoke.
Yeah, no, I just want to, I just think that's important to
Yeah, I
understand.
agree with that. I agree with the importance. I do have a question about this for a little more clarity. The stormwater design presented this evening, is it, and I'd like actually the staff's opinion to the best of their knowledge, better or equal to our current standards?
Again, the problem that I have with it, Jeff, is again, just the point source discharge out of that. And again, because the issue is always what happens to the abutters.
Right. That was
They
the
get
biggest
flooded
thing
out.
that I caught from the presentation was you had the runoff go into the abutter's
So,
property, and I may have misheard that, so if you want to
So
feel
we're
free to
reducing
clarify.
the runoff to all abutters for all design storms.
Mm-hmm.
We are, in terms of water quality treatment, this practice has higher rates of removals of the targeted pollutants, phosphorus, nitrogen, than the town standard detail, which is for a extended detention dry basin.
Okay.
So the charts are different. But that's not mean it's better or worse. It means it improves those values. We do, I agree with John, in terms of the point source, we can, and I've looked at this before the meeting, build a level spreader to convey that water. And the water we're talking about is a small amount of runoff. I don't have the report in front of me, it is under a CFS or a half a CFS, and it's less than the pre. So we could, to distribute it more appropriately, put in like a stone berm level spreader along that property line to dissipate that flow, which will be very minimal, but it will still help. We did look at the frozen condition, winter maintenance, and I submitted the model with the ground frozen, still demonstrating reduction in cover through many of the things we already talked about, just in and out of it, making the site more green. So we've looked at winter maintenance as well, and we know the system can be maintained. And so I would say that this is the intent of this BMP is consistent with the spirit of your regulations. And the freeboard waiver is required partially due to the limited elevation of the site, whereas all the water collected in that area, in order to make more freeboard, you effectively have to either lower the site, which we can't do because of the water table. That means you have to raise the site.
Right.
And that is not feasible because it introduced like some expensive construction costs, a retaining wall. We are providing free board. It's just for these specific things on this specific site, the waiver we feel is justified and looking, it's consistent with how you guys are looking to manage water and how the EPA is looking to do it in this area in southern in New Hampshire. So
By creating that level spreader, we could increase some freeboard too.
yeah, so we would, I definitely would agree.
You may not need that waiver. That's why it's.
I would take the waiver because I think it's most likely not going to affect the water surface elevation because the water's not going to change elevation. It's going to spread the water out. Versus point of discharge. So the waiver won't go away with the check dam. And but I definitely would agree to implement one on the plan if we get to a conditional. I would agree to provide that to the satisfaction of John in the town.
Any other questions from the board?
So this is going to be better in water drain off than it is currently, correct?
It'll have, meaning it'll have less runoff to the abutters. It's controlled and it's treated.
Do we know how much water we're talking about in a 25-year?
Yeah, well, the amount's been submitted to the board as
Okay.
a part of your application. I could review the summary table. It's
So-
a low amount of water. It's, for like a 50-year storm,
Yeah, that's what I'd
so we're
imagine.
talking
just
under
with-
1 CFS, under a half a CFS, tenths of CFSs.
Okay.
What is just for everybody? What is
Cubic-
CFS?
It's how we measure runoff in cubic feet per second.
Thank you.
And is there any, because I see some of the curb
Low
height
rate.
here, I think at 3 inches. Is there any opposition to raising that or having a lip to try to keep some of the water in on the property? Or is that something that's just doesn't fit with this design?
Well, the 3 inches was amount to keep so that you don't have the pond, and this is for like you can get to a 25 or a 50-year storm.
Yeah,
The
yep.
small storms, the water goes in. To keep from flooding the actual area where it's actually parked. So the 3 inches of water, if you look at the plan, is only going to be within the turnaround itself.
Okay.
That bump out. It will not be where people are,
Right in here.
the path of travel. Exactly. It's limited, and that was intentionally done. And I could even look at doing something offline as a condition where we maybe even put a catch basin outside of that to try to decrease that ponding depth from 3 inches to potentially 0.
Okay.
You could say we could work with DPW to minimize the amount of, or eliminate the minor flooding in the, I'm open to trying to tweak the design, but I don't
Yeah.
like to change the whole gameplay.
Yeah. That's why I asked, because
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem like a small level of water. It does seem to improve from what current site conditions are today, and for the abutters. So okay, that's I'm good with questions.
All right. Anything else from the board before I go to the public?
I want to
Yeah.
ask John, do you agree with that?
What's that, with what he's,
Yeah.
just verbally, yeah, it all, the proof is in the pudding.
Right, but if you could get that all down on paper, what was just talked about,
And he
would you?
And he can get closer to meeting the regulations, absolutely. So again, what Tamara was talking about is when we had a couple of meetings, and again, what we had discussed was creating a high point in the lot itself, catching the water on the right-hand side as we're looking at this, piping it across the property, because again, on the left-hand side, you have more real estate. So then you would have had an open swale. And I think when Jason finally went back to the drawing board, it was a little more complicated. So again, till we really look at it, it's engineering solutions, but till you look at it and you just don't know.
But you think you can find a solution together?
The ball's in his court.
We looked at that option that John mentioned as a conceptual option, and it wasn't workable from our end because it ate into the parking because we needed real estate, at least on the right-hand side. So we had to collect the water, which drains there. And so therefore it cut into the parking and it created additional costs, which consists of piping, catch basins, and it removed the snow storage that we need on the left-hand side, because that's where we're planning to store all the snow. And so we can't store any snow by that design because it's disturbed by ice. And for those reasons, and it required some additional grading. So we did look at that. It was not workable from our end. And this is our alternative to that as a best approach to the project.
We've been trying not to change the landscape of the neighborhood. At least that we do there, the neighborhood will remain the same. We don't want to be like everybody around us, cut all the trees, make parking lots.
So excuse me, that would also require waivers from you, that design. It would require same freeboard waiver. It would require pipe cover waivers because the elevation to pipe it, so, because I looked at it, it would require some waivers too before you. So it'd actually require more waivers than this by vis-a-vis the piping insulation type.
All right, this is a public hearing, so I would like to open up for anybody in the public to come in and speak. Could you just move the mic to the podium?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Wayne McDonald. I live directly across the street from 6 Dickey Street. I'm at 11 Dickey Street. My family's owned that property since 1956, as Mr. Farrell has indicated, and it's been a car-related business throughout that time period. Mrs. Lampus had indicated that and Mr. Lampus indicated they've tried to be considerate of the neighborhood. They absolutely have been. They've been excellent neighbors. The neighborhood is very used to that being a car-related business. Because it is such a small part of geography, it's not like it's busy, but it's only can contain so much traffic, so much activity. So that's never been an issue. The street is very used to that activity, and I fully support the proposal as it's been laid out, and I think it would be beneficial for all concerned. So totally in favor of it.
Thank you.
And certainly happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Do you have water that you see coming onto your property?
Not at all.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on. Just name and address for the record.
I'm Mary Moran, and I live at 7 Dickey Street, and directly across from the store, this shop rather. And I've heard the angst that everybody's gone through all this process in the time that I've been there, but we, on this side of the street, on my side of the street, we haven't had any drainage problem. But I don't think they have either, because they're so meticulous about their property and taking care of water and taking care of snow plowing and all of that. They absolutely are very mindful of the neighborhood and the neighbors, and have great respect for our property and great respect for us, and we feel the same way about them. But I know the process has been a challenge for them, but it's been a great challenge that they've attempted in their best way possible to make it work. But I would just, I would encourage the board to give serious consideration to their requests, and I'm grateful. I would hate to lose them as neighbors. I absolutely would, and for very personal reasons. They're just good people who care about the community and the people around them.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Okay. Seeing none, I would like to close public comment and move into deliberations. The first order that I want to kind of take are the waivers. So we have 7?
There's 7 of them, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, so do we want to address them all at once, or?
Sorry, can I just clarify something?
Yes, go ahead, Carolyn.
I believe it's 8 if you're still asking for freeboard. Just a note for you.
Yes. That's the new one.
Yeah,
The one that was submitted today. I just didn't know if you're considering it, so I just want to make sure we're.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Kelly. So with that 8th one, though, town staff hasn't had an opportunity to review it.
Well, for consideration, why don't we address everything except drainage, and then go from there.
That's where I was kind of, thanks, John, that's where exactly where I was going.
Fantastic.
It seems, so let's take it from there. Let's take everything from drainage. I also, that 8th one, I don't want to, would want us to address and kind of discuss how we want to approach that one. So do you want to make a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I will move that we accept waivers, and this is from the staff memo, Kristen, of April 1st, 2026, and does not include the first page. That's completeness. The waivers, where it says the applicant has submitted 7 waiver requests. They're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I move that we grant those waivers because there is nothing substantial that would be of detriment to the public could.
Mr. Ugg, can I ask you to pull out number 3 out of that?
Number 3.
Curbing,
And vote separately on it?
that's the curbing one?
Want to take the,
Yep.
And what is the reasoning?
Because I think it's necessary for that project.
There's no curbing on that street, is there?
No.
On the edge of the pavement to corral the,
There is no
What?
curbing on the, but our regulations require curbing, John, to protect the landscaping.
But there's no curbing on Dickey Street.
No, there is not.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll leave the waiver.
Don't ask me
in.
why I know that.
so
Well, can we do,
your
can we do a,
motion
can we do a
includes-
consensus?
You should have a second for discussion and then
Right.
decide what
Do
you
I have a
wanna do.
second for discussion?
Second.
Second by John. Okay, open for discussion.
So we're talking about number 3,
Number 3.
curbing.
So if there's no curbing on Dickey Street, then
Yeah.
like why would we want to keep it?
It's internal, guys.
internal.
It's not
Okay.
requirements. Your requirements require.
So my guess is he's probably talking about, since there's no curbing on Dickey Street, he's saying, well, I don't need to do curbing even if it's internal. What I'm hearing John say is that, no, it has to be if it's internal.
Right.
That's what I'm hearing.
In our regulations, it has curbing, and now this is a country street and a country lot and a pre-existing whatever. One person's opinion, I would allow this to be waived. I don't think there's any curbing necessary.
It's along the
For this lot.
parking areas.
No, absolutely not necessary. I think it creates more problems than it solves in a lot like this. It's 0.4 acres to work with. One person would say, give them the waiver for that.
I would say
I'm amenable to that.
I would agree with that as well.
I agree with that.
Same.
Okay, so we have a consensus that 3
Stays in.
stays in.
Is part of the waiver.
Any other discussion on the waivers just put in front of us? All right, hearing none, go for a roll call vote, starting with Ann.
Are we taking just that one now, or all of them?
We're keeping them in.
Excuse me?
The consensus of the board was to keep them in
1 through 7.
1 through 7.
Okay, we're not taking them separately, so I could vote on that.
There is not a motion on the floor to keep them separate. The motion that was made was
I just one out of them, not all separate.
there was no motion on the floor to take it out, so no.
Can I make a motion?
We are in an active motion right now?
You have to defeat this motion and
Okay.
to put yours up.
So can I just,
Sure. Go
Art
ahead.
made a motion to take all 7 at the same time. John seconded for discussion to consider what you asked. The consensus was to leave 3 in there, the curbing. So you're voting on all 7 right now. That's your vote.
Okay, I think I'm gonna abstain from the vote then.
No, you would say no. If you're not happy, you would say no. Right?
Well, I'm not happy with most of them, I mean practically all of them, but I don't want to say no on the whole project, just no on 3.
Can't do that.
And I can't do it, so I'm gonna abstain from the vote.
Okay.
There's gonna be a reason for abstention. It's either
Okay, all right, let's not have a Robert's Rules of Order. Let's just vote.
Let's just let her abstain and let's vote.
All right,
That's what she's comfortable with.
starting with, this, roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa abstain.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Knightside.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Okay, so
Motion carries.
motion carries. So what I want to now address is the stormwater. Hey, never mind.
Freeboard waiver?
I'm sorry.
You want to address the waiver submitted?
The
today?
waiver submitted this afternoon.
Is it in the packet?
It's in your electronic file,
I have hard copies.
and the applicant brought hard copies.
Could I have a hard copy, please? I got like 11 windows open on this computer. It's gonna blow up in a minute, so I don't wanna open another one.
Could I have one also?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I find that too many windows slows the whole thing down.
It's gonna be a brownout.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to explain that to them? I get what you're saying now. You're going to need to explain that.
Getting better and better every time.
Ready for comments?
We need to entertain a motion first.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if I can get, again, no, just, I bring your attention to the design review comment number 7. So again, what they're proposing is unconventional. So I think what you need to do first is accept what they're proposing as allowing them to do that, and then you act on that waiver.
This unconventional method that they're bringing forward in comment number 7, is it something you can work with?
That's why I needed direction from you.
I'm asking you, you know, it's something you can work with.
Yeah.
So it's something that you feel you'll be able to work with the applicant and make it all work.
As long as he provides the appropriate backup and.
Understood.
This
Just
is
want
very-
to,
is designed to.
you know what I'm trying to do.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Okay.
He's acknowledging it.
Yeah, we
He's having
tend
an
to comply
opportunity
with
to look
it.
at the comments, so,
No,
yeah,
I said, you know where I'm going.
oh, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, it seems to me, have we dealt with this freeboard before, this thing before?
Yes.
Seems to be like a constant issue. 12 inches above freeboard.
Not in this application, John.
No, not on this application,
Not in
but
this not how they're proposing to handle the stormwater.
so is this, can I continue? So is this part of what you had suggested, bringing the water from the other side, piping it across?
That's what
So-
I had suggested.
Yeah, okay, so, based on my personal experiences, that concept is 100% correct, but would open up a myriad of other issues once you start. I don't see how, I pulled up the topos. I don't think it can, I'm not an engineer, but just looking at the topos, there's red flags all over the place saying it's not gonna be able to get done. You're not gonna be able to have enough soil on top of the pipes, you know, it's gonna create all kinds of other loopholes that, for a 0.4 acre, I think they're better off with a swale and then control it when it gets to the end. But the 12-inch of freeboard hasn't been necessary since the lot's been there. Probably not necessary now. One person's opinion.
All right.
Let's get this thing
I'll
going.
entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to grant the waiver being requested by the applicant for Londonderry Site Review Regulations 3.07B.10, the surface ponding area that acts as the detention pond to mitigate 25-year runoff, but does not provide the 12 inches of freeboard above the 50-year elevation, and submit the letter from T.F. Moran as backup.
I'll second that.
For discussion.
Second by Sean. Floor is open on this for discussion. Any further discussion?
I think Tony has a good argument. Whether it fully works or not, I don't think any of us really know.
Yeah.
Right.
We're not the experts, but the board has to make the decision.
Well,
does it make the property any worse?
No, I think
doesn't
I think what they're proposing is
Improvement.
improving the conditions on the property.
I mean, from what I've heard, their neighbors are supporting them.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that Mr. Trotter is going to make the best out of he can best make out of this, and work with the applicant. And we're going to cross our fingers and hope it all works out.
Yeah, and so the regulations show that just to get it out there on record, the flat part of their lot, the pad of the lot, is at 310, and then it goes down to 300 as soon as you get off of there. And
From here to here.
Yeah, so
Span.
yeah,
Not immediately.
no, it's not immediately, but the water's going to go, and there's a natural swale in that land to start with anyway. I'm not going to say I've been on that land, but I'm familiar with that land, and the water's been going for 50 years the way it wants to go. It's not going to go uphill.
I think considering the
So-
enormous amount of effort and the spirit of trying to meet all the regulations by this applicant, and again, the enormous amount of effort
Yeah,
should be considered.
I like the idea of the spreader, by the way. I like that.
So,
I've seen that before, but
any further discussion?
Thank you.
Seeing none, I'll move to a roll call vote, starting with Ann.
Ann Champa, nay.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Tony D. I.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Don Farrell, aye.
Jason Knightsop.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. The final vote for there is 7-1.
710.
710. And for the record, could you just provide a reason for the nay? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, just for the record, could you just provide a reason for the nay?
The last couple of words.
Could you provide a reason why,
Her vote.
a reason for your vote for nay?
Because I think our head of the engineering department told us why during the meeting. He believes that it isn't good enough as is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, motion carries. Moving on to approval of the site plan. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Additional approval and all the conditions that's listed here.
Do we need to add anything about the engineer working with staff
It says it in there.
on that drainage thing? Does it?
So just to clarify, so when you're voting to conditionally approve this, you haven't adjusted any of the conditions, those being what's in the engineering memo, as well as design review comments. So you're,
Say that again, Kelly. I'm sorry.
sorry, when you conditionally approve this,
Yep.
the conditions are what's outlined in the design review comments and the engineering memo. You haven't adjusted any of that, and within that, you're saying that they need to comply with all those conditions. So you're saying that they need to work with town staff to address those conditions.
Yep.
I'm just clarifying that you didn't adjust any of the drainage related design comments or any of that. You've granted waivers to address certain items, but you haven't adjusted any of the other conditions.
I think the conversation, based on my motion, I think the conversation has been clear that, we want to see the staff work with the applicant. We want to see the engineering department work with them and try to come up with something that works for all parties.
Yep.
And in the best possible way and in the spirit of the regulations, the best we can. I think that's what we're saying.
Yep.
Make it happen.
I think what Kelly is saying is that when she issues the letter, it's gonna reference everything
I know.
that's in here.
I know.
So that's what they have to do, which is different than what we've been talking about. Is that accurate?
No, I'm just making sure that it's understood that what's outlined in the memorandum, with the exception of the waivers you granted, is what's expected to be held to, and that means working with staff.
And we've
Does
been
it
trying to
cover
work-
what I said?
I
Yes or
believe
no?
so. I'm just making sure it's clear.
Change it.
Because I'm not convinced that Tony agrees. Yes?
I'm minding my own business over here.
So we have a motion and a second on the site.
I know what I said.
We have a motion and a second on site plan approval. Any further discussion? Okay. And just to kind of, again, clarify, is the applicant must meet the conditions that are set forth in the engineering memo as well as the town planning memo as well. All right. Roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. You have a conditionally approved site
Very
plan.
much. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Yep, thank you, yep. Work with staff. They're very helpful.
Oh, we've been trying to, driving us crazy.
That's not a good start.
Yeah, you guys are all welcome to come by.
Thank you. I can't do that anymore. I'm wearing a bracelet on my ankle.
We've been by it many times.
All right. Next up is a public hearing of an application for formal review of a site plan and conditional use permit for a 12-unit townhome development and associated site improvements and a condominium conversion permit, lot consolidation, and a conditional use permit for 1,400 square feet of wetland buffer impact in the commercial 2C2 district. Address is 3 Page Road, tax map 15, lot 235. Page Rock LLC is the owner and the applicant. So first, I would like to entertain a motion for the completeness of the application.
So I have a question. Under this, on number 2, it says that we're missing a fair amount of required legal documents. Is that still the case?
Let me just catch up here. What do you, which one are
Under
you
number
looking at?
2, it's saying that we are missing significant amount of required legal documents. Is that still the case?
You're looking at the memo for,
Under staff recommendations.
wrong memo. That's, just like a catch-all.
That's a
They
catch-all?
actually sent them in today because of the memo. So they sent in a bunch that we haven't had a chance to review yet. So there's a lot of.
You talk about checklist item?
Yeah, the number 2, it's not a standard thing that comes in, you know, that we're missing.
So
on.
it's a standard item, but we typically have draft documents of, it's essentially related to the condo conversion.
Okay.
And any like drainage easements, things of that nature. Typically, we have the drafts through the design process. It's my understanding that we may not have received the drafts. They were sent this afternoon. But it's a typical condition of approval that those get finalized. It's just, you're seeing it on the checklist in this instance because we didn't actually have a draft to begin with, is my.
Yeah, because I don't normally see
So it's
that.
not atypical to see that comment. It might be a little atypical to see it under the checklist.
Okay.
If it was something to do with drainage, you'd see it.
Oh my God.
So-
and we'd spend 45 minutes talking
wait.
about it.
Did John try to make a joke?
It is April Fool's, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I could entertain a motion for completeness of checklist items for acceptance only.
So moved.
Motion made by Tony. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by John. All in favor, roll call vote, starting with Ann.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Veroni, aye.
Tony D, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason, that's a.
Sean Faber, aye.
The chair votes in the affirmative. That is a 7-0. The rug has,
He's done.
he's gone for the moment. So, thank you. All right. So, you, Page Rock, that's an awesome LLC name, by the way, Page Rock. Anyways, sorry. So, you can kick off your presentation and we'll go from there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, everybody. For the record, my name is Paul Chisholm. I'm with Keach Nordstrom Associates. We're the engineers and surveyors of record for the project. To my right, your left, is Mr. Gary Thomas. Gary is a member of Page Rock LLC. Also from Page Rock LLC, joining us tonight is Dean Navaroli, who's sitting in the front row. The project before you is a 12-unit townhouse project seeking approval of a site plan, a condominium conversion plan. It contains a conditional use permit for the multifamily use in the commercial 2 zoning district, a conditional use permit for wetland buffer impacts, as well as one waiver request related to the location of trees 15 inches in diameter or larger. Just to kind of give you a little bit broad overview, I'm sure most of you are probably familiar with the area. It's a little bit of a mixed-use neighborhood and also a mixed zoning neighborhood. This property is in the commercial 2 zoning district. It's surrounded by a variety of uses, industrial to the north. There's some residential, including duplex and single families, kind of scattered throughout. There's agricultural uses not too far from this on Mammoth Road. Across the street from Rockingham Road, just down the way, obviously, there's a number of bigger commercial and industrial developments that are in the works as well. The parcels in question today, there's actually 2 properties. One is located at 560 Mammoth. That's about 1/3 of an acre. It's on the left-hand side of your screen. And then the larger of the 2 properties is the property located at 3 Page Road. This proposal suggests to merge both of those to create one property. In total, that'll be about 3 acres in total area. That smaller parcel currently is undeveloped. The larger parcel contains an existing single-family home that was built sometime around 1977, according to tax records, and that has a driveway access directly to Page Road. In general, the site topography slopes essentially from Mammoth Road to the west towards a low-lying wetland on the east side. It basically follows the grade of Page Road as you're kind of coming down from that intersection towards Rockingham. This plan proposes 2 6-unit townhouse-style buildings. Kelly, if you don't mind pulling up the architectural drawings, if that would be okay. I just want to put that in front of everybody here. Basically, these are townhouse buildings. They're 2 bedrooms each. The units on the north side or the upper side of our site plan there will have basically 2 levels and a basement. The units adjacent to Page Road will have 2 levels and then a walkout basement. That's just basically to allow and work with the site grading and topography that exists out there. These units are going to be for sale. That's why we're proposing the condo as part of this. So this will be a condo association with an HOA and all of those things. Obviously, looking at the screen here, Gary and his team at North Point Construction Management prepared the architectural plans for the drawing, but this is more or less what that looks like. We went before the Heritage Commission, and they really didn't have a whole lot to say. I think they were more or less in favor with it, and I don't think any changes actually came out of that I can recall in terms of the building design or the look or feel of it or anything along those lines. I should also note that on, I believe it's sheet 15 of 22 on our plan set, there is basically a developmental sign that, again, North Point also prepared. That was also discussed with the Heritage Commission as well. Basically, the idea is to kind of put that out to the front of the property by the driveway entrance to Mammoth Road. Again, there might be some minor changes there just in terms of whatever the address ends up being and things like that, but more or less that's what that sign will look like. All of these units are proposed to have basically municipal utilities, sewer, water, gas, underground electric, all of those things. In addition to each unit having a garage space and a small driveway, there's going to be 10 additional parking spaces. Along with other similar developments like this, you'll have your typical screened and enclosed dumpster, our mailbox pedestal. We'll have an NFPA compliant turnaround. Of course, fully compliant stormwater management system for, mitigating the proposed impacts of development, erosion control plans and measures that will obviously be taken care of through the construction period. And then also, if I could turn your attention to sheets 8 and 9, you'll notice the residential scale landscaping and lighting that are proposed for the project as well. We do have a little bit of lighting. A lot of it's more unit-based. There's a couple poles kind of in where the parking areas are, really just more for safety. We tried to keep it as small scale as possible just to kind of, have a lower impact overall in terms of how many lights are out there. The waiver request specifically is in regards to locating all trees greater than 15 inches in diameter. It's a pretty thickly wooded area out there. I suspect there's probably a large number of trees that might be 15 inches or larger. To go out and survey them would obviously be quite a large expense to the applicant, and it really wouldn't provide a whole lot of value. We're obviously limiting cutting to the extent practicable. We do have a little bit of a wetland buffer impact there to accommodate stormwater management and just make sure that everything is done in accordance with the regulations as far as that's concerned. So we're really trying to limit how much cutting and clearing there is in terms of the existing tree lines in that sense. I'd be happy to dive into that a little bit more. Obviously, we did write a letter to that effect, so if anybody has any questions, certainly we can address that. The conditional use permit, I don't know, Mr. Chairman, how much you want me to get into kind of the narrative there. We did obviously submit a letter kind of talking about the criteria. More or less, I think that the main takeaway from this is we believe that this is a pretty good transitional use for the property, considering the industrial properties to the north. Obviously, there's other residential existing developments kind of surrounding in other areas as commercial zone. This is something that I think serves the need, which is obviously housing for not only the state of New Hampshire, but also the town of Londonderry. And so there's obviously some other criteria in there, and I'd happy to dive into that a little bit further if you'd prefer. In terms of the conditional use permit for the wetland buffer impacts, we're talking about a very small area on this plan. You'll see it's kind of the shaded area to the right-hand side of the screen. It's 1,400 square feet in total. It's on the backside, just the downhill slope of the stormwater management area to the east, and then also the outlet area for that. There's a little catch basin kind of in that corner that is going to have to be cleared too and maintained. Some of the areas, in fact, most of that area will be allowed to kind of grow back and revegetate after construction, once they can establish those slopes, but there's a small portion of that which will obviously have to be maintained as it's part of the stormwater system itself. So, future mowing and things like that will be necessary. So I think I've kind of covered the bases there. Again, I'm happy to dive a little bit more detail-wise into some of those things if you do have any specific questions, but I think at this time it might make sense just to answer any questions that you folks might have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I will first go to town staff. Kristen?
Like Paul mentioned, there's one waiver for the trees. There's two CUPs, one for the Conservation Overlay District. There's a 1,400 square foot wetland buffer impact there, and Conservation did not have any objection to the CUP. And then there's a second one for the, where is it? Section 4.1.2, the use table, to allow multifamily residential on a parcel in the underlying C2. So there's that, those criteria there. And then you also have the site plan approval, and then after that, the condominium conversion. So multiple things to review.
Thank you. John, do you have any input?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, to go through the brief view on the design review items. Applicant indicates that New Hampshire DES sewer discharge and Town of Londonderry sewer discharge permits are required, as well as its Londonderry stormwater permit. They recommend that they obtain all project permits and indicate the permit approval numbers on the plan set. The site driveway for this particular development has been relocated to Mammoth Road, and now the development does not access Page Road. Again, we're just recommending that they coordinate with the assessing department, and for emergency purposes, under 911, the proper address for this particular parcel. We have 3 comments regarding the project drainage analysis. This also includes a voluntary, this plan will require a voluntary merger form or action. And lastly, we're recommending that they provide documentation to support and verify the DRC comments of the planning department, assessing, building, fire department, conservation, and the sewer division are addressed. That's all I have.
Thank you. Kelly, do you have any additional comments, or?
All set.
Thank you. All right, I'll open up discussion with the board. Board, do we have any, what questions do we have for the applicant?
I just have one.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So to the applicant, the fire department was very clear about the hydrant being 100 feet within there. And that's addressed.
Yeah,
or,
that
or
is.
will be.
Yes, that's correct. In fact, the hydrant is actually basically just to the left-hand side of the units on the north side of the driveway, adjacent to kind of on this plan where you see that tree kind of tucked in.
So that plan shows compliance with what.
Correct,
what
yeah,
they're
and
looking
we coordinated that with the fire department, obviously in between, and they're happy with that location.
Thank you.
Yep.
And so, on a lot of these schematics that we get in site plans, there's a picture of a fire truck and the route that it takes. Could you show me that sheet, please?
Absolutely, that would be on sheet 13 of 22. And yep, thank you, Kelly, that's pulled up. So this actually shows 2 different things. Number one, it shows a fire truck actually in that NFPA turnaround. It also shows either a moving truck, delivery truck, or also, you know, basically what could be some other kind of vehicle that basically, as people kind of moving out of here, Stantec wanted us to make sure that we had room for that wouldn't block the NFPA area. So that's what this plan details.
And the fire department saw that and they were happy with it?
Yeah, they're good with it, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And this, for the record, this is zoned how, what?
Commercial 2.
It's commercial 2?
Yep.
So, you need a conditional use permit because in the C2 zone, that's what it says for dwelling multifamily?
Correct, yeah, those are allowed by conditional use permit. So there's some additional criteria you have to meet, but it is allowed.
So it could be, also be an assisted living facility by right, a nursing home, a community center, a public facility, a public utility, a public recreational facility, a religious facility, all of these are by right. A business center development, a drive-through window for whatever, drive-in establishment, drive-in theater, that'd be nice, those are still around. Financial institution with a drive-up, a funeral home, and another 100, not really. Hotel, sexually oriented business. Somebody tried that once in Londonderry, didn't go well. Could be a fast food restaurant.
Hasn't been one in a long time.
Could be a repair facility, could be professional offices. So it could be a lot of things. There's also a bunch of
It's
other...
none of those, right?
It's none of those things.
I'm just checking, maybe I was looking at
Yep.
the wrong plan.
And it could be, and it could be a bunch of other conditional uses as well. You chose this route for your business. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Jason?
So, I know we're looking at this one, but you guys are the same company bringing up the next one?
That's correct, yeah.
So I got a question about that. Know if you've ever tried driving down this road anywhere near rush hour and the chaos that ensues trying to get into that intersection. I know you've done a traffic study, but did that traffic study also include the traffic that's gonna come from this other development into that intersection at the same time?
From both of the proposed.
Right, exactly,
yeah,
because in real life, they're both gonna be emptying out into Page Road at the same time.
So basically, each one produced its own traffic report in accordance with the regulations. So they don't technically, count towards each other, if that makes sense. Like the math is a little different. Either way, the total change in volume is a very low percentage overall. So yeah, I mean, we've met the regulations with it, but no, they didn't basically look at it like it's one traffic study for two. In fact, Stantec, we kind of did that with drainage, and Stantec said, no, we really want you to look at it like two different sites. So we really kept them very separated, kind of by design on purpose.
Cause this gets to what you bring up a lot,
Correct, yeah. So again, they meet the criteria of doing the short traffic analysis. So again, they've come up with, there's gonna be a weekday average of 79 vehicles per day. But so they meet that criteria of that lot. Then when they do the criteria of the other lot, but again, they're not connected.
Everything is in a silo, and then the real world hits, and you've got,
Yep, similar
cars
to
flying off in front of each other all the time.
Similar to what you saw on 295 Rockingham, right? Over by the mobile station?
Mhm.
Yeah, 225.
225, thank you.
Yeah, so I guess you can't, but I've got serious concerns about both of these and the impact that they're gonna have in that. I live in that area, and I know what it's like trying to cross that road now, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have the authority to mandate that they get a combined traffic study for the two projects? Anybody?
I've never heard of it.
So they're technically two separate projects. If you need additional information to make a decision for this project and the next project, you can ask for more information. I believe we discussed this when we talked about, now I'm gonna flip them, 225 and 222,
Right.
whatever the other one is. And essentially, the issue is you have two private properties, so we can't,
Technically two owners,
right,
two separate owners,
Yeah.
technically.
right, so we can't force them to work together. So I'll say it again, if the board needs more information about traffic specifically, what we did for the 225 project is asked for additional information for that specific site with traffic. We kept it, you asked specific to that site, you didn't combine. So,
Kristen, based on your experience with different towns and different municipalities and whatever, do you want to weigh in on this?
I would keep it separate. I mean, if one project decides to not happen. You still have the data for that, the one that did go forward.
But we have the data now if
Oh, and, yeah.
So could it be as simple as, let's just pull a number out of the hat. Let's say we wanna do 158 cars for traffic and see what it looks like. Can we ask for that? We want a traffic study based on 158 trips.
What's the basis of that?
I just pulled the number out of the hat.
It sounds like it's 2 times each one.
You're very quick with math. I see what you did there. You caught me.
Why do you think I asked you that?
You did, but she actually caught me.
Well, I wanted you to say it.
I think it's a slippery slope. Mr. Chairman, can I shed a little light on this conversation? Sure. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So basically, you know, with the amount of traffic that we actually have, if we were to combine both of these sites and did one traffic study, considering the total number of cars from both, we'd still be under the thresholds. And it would, the same logic for the studies that were submitted separately would still apply. So I think we would still really meet the same criteria. I don't think it would really tell you anything different from a checking the box standpoint of what the regulations say about traffic. The threshold's 1,000 daily trips. I think we're under 80 is the total. You know, Page Road sees 4,600 cars a day. Rockingham Road sees 12,700. So just those numbers and the way that the whole kind of traffic is set up, it's not like it would trigger us into a bigger study or something along those lines, technically, to meet the regulations.
My concern isn't with Page and Rockingham. My concern is with Page and Mammoth.
Gotcha.
Page and Rockingham has a light on it. That's controlled. Page and Mammoth is the Wild West.
I understand. Okay.
And that
Kelly, did you have
intersection
something?
has had accidents before. Sorry, what?
Did you have something to say, or?
I'm all set for now.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Other questions of the applicant?
No, I just want to say we're concerned about the safety of the people. That's why we're asking.
Yep, and, you know, I think part of it too is we've heard a lot of those concerns. You know, this project has had a long road. You know, I think it started in 2021. It started as a bigger project. It started as other commercial things. I think you heard one of the members list off all the things that this could be. You know, there's a lot of density that's actually left on the table between these properties. I think it could be not quite, but almost double the amount of density. You know, that's basically what you're going to see between these two projects. And a lot of that was based on some of the feedback we heard. We feel like this is a pretty reasonable request, given everything that's kind of transpired over the last 5 years. And so I'm not trying to minimize your comment or anything like that. I think we've accounted for it in a sense. And, you know, we haven't done any formal study of any intersection or anything, but, you know, it doesn't necessarily, never been a requirement to. We've kind of worked with staff through the process, and I think everyone can acknowledge that's a little bit of a sticky spot. But you know, we weren't necessarily asked to do anything more there. So, you know, I do hear and acknowledge your comment, but like I said, I think this started as something bigger, and we've tried to tone it down to be more reasonable, something that would fit and work a little bit better, given all the things and all the concerns that there are.
Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, what I heard is there is a more detailed traffic study that could be done, but you haven't been asked to do it.
Correct. I mean, there's a lot more detailed studies that could be done. Sure. Yeah.
So
absolutely.
then my question to the board is that something that we want to entertain, and can we entertain that?
I would like to see it entertained.
For peace of mind, if anything.
We might be getting a little ahead of ourselves. We haven't seen the plan for 295 Rockingham Road. We're looking at this plan right now. You may want to table this discussion, move to the discussion of 295 Rockingham Road.
Those
Get
are
all
two-
the,
This is
well,
the other
there's
one.
well, I haven't heard him.
Oh, I'm
present.
sorry. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
I'm saying,
you're right.
let's get it all on the table. If you're gonna ask for something, we should have all the information out in the public view and say, okay, this is what we're asking for. and this is why.
That makes sense.
That's a point of view.
I mean,
Apologies,
sure.
I had it confused with the other one.
Yeah, they really kind of went together anyway.
So, I mean, yeah, theoretically, that does make sense, but just with it being separate, I just want to have separate public hearings on that.
You can open 2 public hearings at a time,
Any
you
other-
just don't have to close them. I'm just trying to suggest a way that we can get all the information out
Yeah.
and ask all the questions at once. But I'm willing to do whatever you want to do.
No, I mean, that's kind of a good point, actually. Any other questions from the board? Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing. Any questions or kind of statements from the public, please? If you could just state your name and address for the record.
David Robbins, 532 Mammoth Road. So at this juncture, can I talk about the 2 projects as an aggregate, or do we have to have the 2 public sessions open? 'Cause I'd like to talk to them as one.
Let's do it. I just want a point of order. How would I open up to public
You can,
hearings?
well, you can actually open, you can make, I can make a motion to open the public hearing for the second plan.
Right,
First, you have to
but-
accept it.
But we haven't accepted
But
that.
we haven't accepted it, we'd have to go through that whole process of doing that and have them both open at the same time. If as the chair, it's your prerogative to let this gentleman discuss anything he wants.
That is true, but I am probably leaning on
Sure, that's fine.
opening it all up so we can all have the same conversation and all that good stuff. So, thanks. Okay. All right. So, okay, I mean, what I'm trying to do is definitely, kind of have this efficiently kind of go, as well as ensure that we're not discussing the same thing twice. So,
So I would check in with staff, make sure that you follow what we need to do to open the second public hearing, and then let's open it, and then you're going to have to come back and deal with them one at a time. She's shaking her head up and down.
I'm assuming you want me to say something.
Kelly, please hold my hand on this one, please.
So read the case for 295 in the record, and then you'll need to act on completeness. And then you can go from there.
Even with this other one completely open.
Yep.
Which is, to John's point, having 2 open at the same time. Perfect, okay. My brain is working. All right. Reading, public hearing of an application for formal review of a site plan and conditional use permit for a 12-unit townhome development and associated site improvements, a condominium conversion permit, and a conditional use permit for 1,522 square feet of wetland buffer impact in the commercial 2C2 district, 295 Rockingham Road, tax map 17, lot 25, Page Road LLC is the owner and applicant. Do I have a motion for completeness of the application?
So moved.
Motion made by Sean, second by Art. All in favor, roll call vote, starting with Ann.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Veroni, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Knights, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
Chair votes on the affirmative.
So what I would suggest is you let them present their information so you can hear it,
Yep.
so the public can hear it, and then open the hearing. That way everybody can talk to the 2.
So, inviting the applicant to present. So
Yes.
if you present on this.
The Cliff Notes version.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, these are very similar projects, I would say. It's also a 12-unit project. Really, the big difference here is it's a bigger parcel. It's 8 acres. It's located at 295 Rockingham Road instead of 3 Page. You can obviously see that highlighted on the cover there. Instead of being a 6 and 6 unit layout, it's a 5 and 7. We originally started at 6 and 6. We went to the Conservation Commission. They had some concerns with how close that what is now the 7-unit building was to the wetland buffer, and were asking us to take a fresh look at things to kind of eliminate some of the buffer impacts that were going to happen there. What we came back with was shifting everything a little bit closer to Rockingham Road by just a few feet, and it really kind of alleviated some of their concerns there. So they were they were happy with this when we came back to them the second time. But that's really the only difference why this is a 5 and 7 versus a 6 and 6. All these units are, 2 levels above ground and then 1 basement. There's no walkouts on this just due to the site grading and things like that. Same number of, extra guest spaces, same, NFPA turnaround and those things. And obviously all the same, conditional use permits and waivers are requested on this one as the other one. There's really no difference in the ask in terms of, the protocol there. So how'd I do? Good enough?
Good job,
Okay.
thank you.
Excellent. I go to staff if there's any additional information.
Pretty similar, like they said, there's a waiver for the trees over 15 inches in diameter, the 2 CUPs, condo conversion, what else? I forgot to mention with the other one that this one and that one both have variances, 2 variances each from ZBA. For the 50-foot landscape buffer and maintaining that buffer because the driveway gets in the way. So there's that detail as well that I didn't mention in the other one.
Thank you, Christine. John?
Yep, similar comments to this project regarding permits, sewer discharge permits, comment regarding the drainage analysis, similar about the street address for 911 concerns, appropriate construction details, some comments regarding the drainage analysis, and lastly, addressing the comments of the planning, assessing, fire department, conservation, and sewer division. That's it.
Thank you. Kelly, any additional?
Just from a procedural standpoint, so we're all on the same page, so I'm assuming you're gonna move to the public hearing portion, so that people can speak concurrently.
Concurrently on both. On both projects.
But then,
yes.
once you're in a place to do decision-making, take action as a board, you need to do them separately, please.
Yep.
100%.
Yes. That was wrapping my brain around that.
Just so everybody can understand how this is gonna go.
Before you go to public comment, though, I have a question.
Yes, I'm going to go to the board on any questions about this particular application. Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the applicant, so I'm looking at the building department comment sheet from April 22nd of 2025, and this may have been before you made a change, but it says platform, steps, or bulkheads on south building and end unit on north building will encroach into the building setbacks. Is that still true?
Yeah, that's on the 3-page project. That is not still true. We made adjustments to that after the
Great.
fact. That's correct.
And so they also said slight encroachment by the utility room?
Yeah, and all that's been changed as well.
That's gone?
Yep, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
That being said, if you made changes, why don't we have a new building department comment sheet? Is that, from staff, is that not something that was done?
In the last month or two, they did review it, and that's why they went back to, they had to go to ZBA because the driveway had shifted from, Page Road to, no, sorry, that's the other project. So what was the question exactly?
So the question is, if in fact the site plan changed, and it did, it changed the size of the buildings, right? Why did it not go back to building department for a comment sheet? Or did it? I don't know what the process is. Well, I don't know how you guys do it.
I'm not sure, sorry.
It did. And it's just, we don't have a formal sheet. That's all.
So that means they were okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
But
I'm all
just to
set.
be clear, we always include as a condition, address all DRC comments to give it a one more view for everybody.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Just crossing the Ts, dotting the Is.
I do have a question. With both these projects, is the plan to have them concurrently run, or are you gonna phase them? Any other questions? All right, I will open up the public hearing, and we are talking about both projects now.
This guy looks familiar.
Bad penny.
Thank you, I
Dave
appreciate
Robbins,
it.
532 Mammoth Road. So, couple of concerns with the project. Again, kind of talking about the whole north end, but I'm going to stay specific to this because this is what we're talking about tonight. Three primary concerns: traffic. I'm on Mammoth Road, Old Mammoth Road. We've had this fight with the town for years.
Decades?
Decades. And that, my concern is, and it always has been, when people come down Page Road to go to Rockingham Road, the light was put in for easy access to Rockingham Road. Now we have the right turn lane there. And what would happen is people would come down to Mammoth Road and they would see the backup at getting onto Rockingham, and what did they do? You take a right and you go flying down Mammoth Road to try to get in front of whoever the people are in front of you. It's the perception of the driver that it's faster. So we've put 3 stop signs on the road. They have been effective. They have reduced traffic. They have slowed people down. You still get the people, people run light stop signs, it is what it is. But overall, I don't sit in my front window watching the street with a cup of coffee going, oh my God. So that's a positive. But my fear is, as we develop this north end area around Mammoth Road and Page, that we're going to bring those problems back. We can't forget that we have 440 units going to start coming online on Technology Hill in the next year or two. That traffic is going to disperse throughout the town, as is the traffic here. Now, when I look at specifically the development that's on Mammoth Road, on Page Road, if the people who live there come out, taking a left at the wrong time of day on Page Road is going to be really difficult. Mm-hmm. So what are they going to do? They're going to take a right. And then the easiest way out is down Mammoth Road. So we're going to start introducing traffic that we fought for decades to kind of alleviate. And in the traffic studies that I read for these 2 projects, Mammoth Road isn't even mentioned. So that was Pa's concern, being a resident of that street. So I'm not sure what we do about that traffic thing, but it scares me with the development that's going to happen. When I look at Technology Hill, 222, 225, we got the apartment buildings. S&S Metals isn't clearing that land to, plant grass. So, the area is going to explode, and we need to make sure we're dealing with it. And the other problem that comes with it is, we look at these projects and we say, okay, so it's going to generate X amount of tax revenue, which is great, and that's all fine, until you get to the point where now I need to add another traffic light or make the roads larger, and then that tax money becomes significantly less value because you're making capital improvements. Which leads me to my next concern. So the one with access to Mammoth, the property being developed as commercial. Now, my understanding, listening to the board and coming to meetings, is that commercial property is desirable property for the town of Londonderry. It's low impact, low use on services, and it's money that comes into the town that alleviates the burden on the homeowner. So that's kind of what we want to develop. And yet here we are again, we're talking about C2 property that now we want to lend to residential development. Mr. DeFrancesco went through his grocery list of all kinds of things that could be built there that would be by right on C2 property. And every one of them that I heard there they were minimum impact on town infrastructure and resources, which is kind of the idea. So I have a big concern with that. I think the town should get away from doing that and start developing commercial property for commercial uses. you know, one of the one of the waivers was for 15-inch trees, for inventorying 15-inch trees on it. It almost seemed, you know, just a comment, it almost seemed like it was inconvenient to do it. So I don't know, I'm assuming it creates a good canopy for property and we wanted to keep trees of that size. I would think that, you know, if we have that ordinance that, you know, hey, we want to keep these trees, we should probably try to keep them. I mean, right, most of the projects come in, what's the easiest thing to do? Clear cut the land, build what you're gonna build, and then throw a few more trees in there just to make up for it. But if you want to save some of your old growth, that's when you do it. So, anyway, my thoughts, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just want to say in response to the traffic on Mammoth Road. So regardless of this site plan, like I was on the council, John was on the council, I think when we went through the stop sign portion of that, I do think regardless of what gets approved, not approved here tonight, I think we're going to have some potential to have more issues on that in the future. And I think that's something that if that starts to happen again, there were other options. I remember us discussing possibly closing off the end of Mammoth Road. I think we're not going to just put you back in that zone where you're asking for decades to try to get relief. Well aware of that problem. If it starts to get back like that, please come contact us and we'll go. We'll responsibly look at a solution to that sooner because it's known what you guys went through for years. I'm glad to finally get you relief. If it starts to go back there, we've got to fix that fast. So.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Robin Stewart, 522 Mammoth. I agree with Dave on everything that he said, but Mammoth and Page, multiple accidents. Videos have been sent to the police on a regular basis. There was one maybe 3 weeks ago with a car and a work truck. If you're going to add all that more, and I hear what you're saying, Sean, and I appreciate that, but if you're going to add all that much more traffic, how's that going to help us in any way at all? I know you said that this blends right in. I don't know where it blends in. This is a historical area. We do have businesses. There's that workplace, I don't know the name of it. And there's...
Workplace.
Workplace. Oh, is that what it's called? Well, there's that workplace, and then there's Merrill's Farm, and what's the trucking place where they... Fortins, yeah, sorry. And Fortins, but they all blend right in with our neighborhood. They're all kind of just there, and they blend in. I don't see anything that blends in there in a historical area to just put up things that, it's like a mini Gilchrist. That's what they look like. And I don't think that's going to lower the value of all of our properties, and it's going to just look out of place. So I don't know why... I don't know how that helps our neighborhood at all, and certainly diminishes our property rights or our property values. And Dave's right about Mammoth Road. The stop signs have helped a lot, but down by where I live on the rail trail, once they get dark, they think that the stop sign's only good for a rail trail. So they assume nobody's coming on the rail trail. They just go in and out like there's not a stop sign there. So I've asked for a blinking stop sign to catch their attention, but apparently that costs money, and nobody wants to spend that. So that's an issue, and that's before all this traffic has started and bombarded the area that we're going to have to live in. This doesn't fit into what I saw as the new town plan, the master plan for our area, that none of this fits into it. And I thought that was the idea of us having a master plan, was to make all these things kind of go hand in hand. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? All right, so I will close both public hearings. All right.
So,
Back to the board? We're going to take it back to the board.
hey, John.
Yeah.
Just ask him a couple questions. All right, so do we have any areas in town that we put signage up for no through traffic, local only?
There was a couple, my recollection, I think Litchfield Road is one of them. But again, that's only certain times of the day.
So it
And
wouldn't be
West Road, I think.
unusual, all right, so it wouldn't, I mean.
Griffin Road has one.
It wouldn't be unusual for us to, first my thoughts were is, okay, no right-hand turn, no left-hand turn, something like that. I'm thinking in my head, right, going into the village of Mammoth Road. And then I'm saying, okay, that's probably not manageable or enforceable. But if we, as part of this plan, if we required, local traffic only, or no through traffic, local traffic only, we've got to come up with the right verbiage or something like that and post that so that if people are going through that area, we do have an enforcement right.
Two things on that. Number one, we don't enforce it. I live on Hull, which is a no-through truck, and 18-wheelers I've seen 18-wheelers go past cruisers, and the cruiser doesn't even put on his brakes. So we don't enforce it, and then number two, if you do that, all you will be doing is sending cars up to Hall Road and then cutting down Hall Road so that they miss. So we will be creating unintended consequences to save one road.
Well, enforcement issues is not within our purview.
I
That's a police
agree, but it is a quality of life issue that we're talking about. So, yeah.
And I understand that. But, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a solution in the middle. So they have a right to develop their land under our zoning. We, and I hear what the people are saying, but they can develop the land under our zoning. If you don't want them to develop the land the same way, then you gotta change the zoning, and they've already filed their application, and it's too late for that.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I'm looking for an answer in the middle. I'm looking for ideas.
How about a light,
It's $500,000.
if it saves a life?
It's $500,000.
On Grenier Field in Mammoth.
It's $500,000, and you may not get the state to sign off on it because it's too close to the light that's at Rockingham, and Mammoth Road, or Page and Mammoth Road, excuse me.
Can I
And by
ask?
the way, that was $250,000, and we put that in so that the land on the other side could be developed, and the reason the town put it in was to develop that intersection. So, and that's what they're doing. So it's the catch-22, right? But I'm looking for, how can we come up with something thinking outside the box here to protect the current homeowners and work that into this project in some way? I don't know the answer, but I'm bringing it forward.
Get a grant for the light.
Okay.
Town could try to get a
We're
grant.
not talking about the light right now. We are.
Well,
but-
we are.
Well, we are, but we
So you
can't
need-
talk about
Grants for the
the grants and all that stuff. I agree with John, and I do agree with you, Ann. So we can figure that out. We actually can't figure that out.
It's a town council issue.
Kelly?
Yeah.
That's
Just-
right.
For the signage, the through traffic and local traffic only, that is not something this board can actually require. That's traffic safety, town council.
Well, we required it on past plans to make them put up turn signs and everything
If-
else.
On their site.
On their property.
Are you talking about off their site or on their site?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to come up with an idea.
It's on their site, Joe.
And then it just a general, whatever you're imposing, you need to justify it on some basis. The reason for this particular property and why you're asking for it.
I gotta get
That's
an
all I'm
idea
saying.
first, right?
I'm just making
I
clear.
get it.
So I thought the reason why we were opening both of these was so that we could request a more thorough traffic study,
You never,
as opposed to redoing Mammoth Road.
I think you're gonna have a really tough time because they're under the threshold. Requiring. We can ask.
Even for that, they're under.
Yeah, but I don't, yeah, so let's talk it through, because that's what we're doing. In my brain, I'm trying to figure out why it's unreasonable to ask an applicant that's gonna create traffic, regardless of what the traffic is, to investigate additional intersections that were not investigated. We can't do that either?
You can ask. I don't know that we can require.
Kristen, Kelly, John?
Like John is
I would
saying,
agree
you
with what John,
can-
what
yeah, you can ask.
Farrell said.
Yeah, I mean, we can ask. Nothing prevents us from asking for almost anything, as long as we're reasonable.
Exactly. It's the reason, which I know everyone loves to debate this
Well,
definition.
yeah, I'm not asking for 102 in Michael's Way. I'm just asking for.
So this is what I'm
If
what
you're
I'm
asking
getting
for
at.
102 in Michael's Way, you could require it.
What I'm getting at is just be specific as to what you're asking for and as in the why behind it, and you should have a conversation with the applicant.
So to the applicant, please, which intersection was investigated in your traffic study, please?
This isn't a traffic study that investigated any intersections. It didn't meet that level. And what that suggests, obviously, in terms of the regulations, is that this particular development, and again, even if they were combined, these particular developments don't warrant that in a sense. That's kind of what the regulations are set up for. So there's no intersection analysis in the sense of like capacity or any of those things that are typically included in a traffic study that's prepared when you get traffic counts and this, that, and the other thing. This project just does not simply rise to that level. It is too small. Even combined, they are too small. That being said.
Can I rephrase the question?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, and I'm well aware there's a United States Supreme Court decision that says I can't ask you to do, certain things or anything. I'm well aware of that.
Yep.
Coming into Londonderry and with this project, and under the spirit of being a good neighbor to those people who are going to be surrounding you, is there something that you're willing to do so that we can work through this together?
Yeah, I think the concessions have been made over the years on this, quite frankly. I mean, this started as a higher density project. We actually also started this project with a driveway going to Page Road. We worked with town staff through the concerns. We've heard about all these meetings and the concerns that have been had at that intersection over the years. I know that there's a number of things coming online in the years to come in terms of a lot of extra units in the area and things like that. But this project in a vacuum, we don't believe warrants that level of analysis, quite frankly. And I don't know where else you put the driveways, quite frankly.
And I'm not disagreeing
We don't
with
have
you.
any options. They check all the boxes in terms of the safety criteria that are in the town regulations. I'm not sure what else we could do. What would it change?
All right, having lived here for the last 30 some odd years and everything else, that is a deadly intersection. That intersection, they're not exaggerating when they're telling you that, along there we've made as many different changes as we can make over several years, right? As a good neighbor, and I understand you've worked with staff, you've done everything you think you can do. Can you think of anything else?
Well, I guess, when you think about it.
I'm
right,
asking the nicest way I can.
No, but I understand, but think about it like this, is there anything here to suggest that something's unsafe and will cause additional deadly accidents or things like that? Like a traffic study isn't gonna project ahead to say that type of stuff.
I didn't ask you to do a traffic study. I'm asking you to work with me here.
Well, no, I know, but I don't know of any analysis that can be provided.
So I think the reality is that Londonderry is growing. Our master plan that was recently adopted speaks to that. I'm not sure if you've had the opportunity to review the strategies that were in that master plan, but it is a guiding document that we have here. And to Mr. Farrell's kind of point of being a good neighbor, that's what we're trying to get at here, is where can we find kind of that, that good neighbor vibe? What are we kind of looking at there? I kind of agree. A new traffic study, whether it's, this comprehensive, what is that going to change? But what will change is the long-term investment that that is coming to Londonderry with these kind of modern dwellings. So I would definitely kind of advise to definitely continue to obviously to have this discussion in full faith, just to kind of ensure that we are absolutely trying to our best to.
We're open to suggestions as
Yeah.
to what specifically you would want to see studied, but I can't think of anything.
I'm not
from my
sure-
Professional background that would say we should do this and that will help give you the answer you need. I guess.
Right. So from a board
you know what I mean?
standpoint, maybe the traffic study's not the
I can take a stab at it.
what is that going to prove? But I do want to have discussions on how can we improve that realistically.
I think one thing that it would do is it would give us a more realistic look as to that intersection moving forward. You know, like, it would give us a more realistic view of what that traffic is going to look like moving forward as we discuss what has to happen at that intersection.
Right, and to Jason's point, thank you, Mr. Chair. To Jason's point, to drill this thing down even more, and to the applicant, sometimes it's a positive thing, it's a negative positive thing that you're trying to do. So you're either trying to prove something, or in the science world, you're trying to disprove something, right? And so in this case, in order to give the board some teeth and to satisfy, for lack of a better word, the neighbors and the issue that's been happening in that area for literally for decades, it would help us if you could prove that it doesn't affect, that your projects doesn't affect Mammoth and Rockingham, Page and Rockingham,
Grenier.
Page and Mammoth, Grenier and Harvey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 intersections. Mammoth and Rockingham, 6. You know, so it's either a double negative, a double positive, or it's science-based because you're trying to, you know, Mr. PhD is over here, you know, to prove the negative or disprove the positive, whatever you want to call it, however you want to look at it. That's how I'm thinking, how you could help us and how you could show the world, all 7 people that are watching on TV right now, that here's what our project is not going to do.
So, you know, when I think about this project, on its own, let's say it wasn't located at this intersection, I think everyone here would be hard pressed to say we really need to see a traffic study and things like that, right? But we do hear you on where it is and the specifics of that, and also that it's a growing area of town, right? I mean, let's call it what it is. That's really what kind of the issue is here. I think if we were to look at a study of what the impact of what our project would be, it wouldn't really give you any information. If we were to say, you know, put some money towards a contribution of some sort to help the town do it like a more hierarching traffic study of that intersection or whatever they see fit kind of in this neighborhood, that may have a much bigger impact and kind of get you to something better in the long run than I think anything that we could say that would just really kind of check a box and say this project probably isn't tripping anything that we would normally cause any warrant changes or anything.
So rather than throw money away, disproving the negative,
Right.
you'll throw money at something that could be positive moving forward.
Right.
And
However
help.
you best see fit to fix, you know, because this sounds like a much larger issue, and obviously sensitively, we're located in it, right?
How many commas are we talking about?
So, can I just ask you a question?
That's good.
What forced the decision for stop signs as opposed to widened out speed bumps?
Ooh, don't go to tabletops. This guy, his head will pop right off.
No?
Yeah,
I know it
we
stinks for plowing and all that stuff.
emergency access plowing, breaking the plows.
And you're talking to the wrong guy because I see him all over New England.
I know, yeah.
I've jumped over them with a car because I didn't know they were there. I've been in the space in between with one set of tires because I didn't realize it was there. But somehow it works everywhere. But in
I've seen
Londonderry,
it
so
effective in other looks, so I just,
except-
they do have their.
in Londonderry
other
it doesn't work
issues
for some
too,
reason. Yeah, but
So just
Yeah.
to Paul's point, you know, again, so if we were to be upstairs talking traffic, I would say, okay, let's go back to the traffic study that was done for Village on Technology Hill. So we have, my recollection, they have counts at those intersections. And then what we would end up doing is they would put their numbers into that
Formula.
into that formula, correct, and come up with, so what additional, you know, what's the percentage of, yeah, and
It's
really,
negligible.
guys, that's what you're gonna, I believe that's what you're gonna find.
Yeah, I see, well, we spent probably 2 or 3 years trying to figure out how to, to change the traffic pattern on the old Mammoth Road Village. And we came up with stop signs which have been effective. I mean, how would we go about, having them work with the staff to do something positive to the town, as Tony's suggesting and everything? How would we do that?
Meaning us taking money?
Yep.
I know what that, yeah, I know what it means. I tried not to say it. Listen, it's
We're
like.
talking about essentially an agreement, which would have to be considered.
Well, we could do, a short development agreement.
That's what I'm saying, it needs to be a development agreement, which this board,
Which has
as
to be
you well
negotiated by
know,
the council.
doesn't. Yeah.
So we could
Because
do
so just, so everyone can understand, staff can't, in this board, can't just say, give us $1,000 for traffic. I need a place to put the money.
Right.
The town needs a place to put it, so.
It's gotta be voted on,
you
it's
need
gotta be
to-
accepted and everything
Right.
else. So we could actually, so theoretically, we could conditionally approve these plans with a condition of a development agreement being worked out for area, I'm just making this up, for area traffic support to be negotiated with the town council. I'm better verbiage, but I'm making it up.
Doesn't the town manager do that, and then it's approved by the town council?
Development agreements
So
are actually
let's-
negotiated by the council.
Let's talk, Sean, do you have
Thank
any
you.
kind of impact?
Thank you.
So do
Yeah, Kelly.
you want me to answer that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just still unclear to me what the money is gonna be used for.
Yeah, I'm working on that.
Traffic mitigation.
Yeah, if I may, do you mind if I just have a couple minutes? Can we just put a pause on the
A
hearing
recess?
for a minute? Yeah,
Yeah,
just so
sure.
we can just
Yes.
have a couple minutes to chat, and then maybe we can come back to you with a suggestion on how to move this.
You mean you weren't prepared for this conversation?
Motion to
Yeah, so-
motion to 5-minute recess?
Yeah, thank you.
So moved.
I could do that. anyway.
Second.
Appreciate that.
All in
All in
favor?
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect timing.
7th inning stretch.
I'm getting my way.
All righty. That was a quick 5 minutes, but thank you. All right. So I have a point of clarification.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to remind all of us in the meeting that the applicant offered a solution, not the other way around. Okay, so just for the record, and I want the record to show that the applicant offered the solution, or a solution, or a workaround to us. Now we're trying to work forward, work
If
towards
I
it.
may, I just, as we were discussing even secretly here at the table, that I don't want to see us spending, because we already kind of know what that number would be, right? And if it's $10,000 to $15,000, I know it would be a waste of our money to come back with some of the same information as opposed to trying to help the town solve a bigger problem in my mind, but I will.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, and the reality is we could do a traffic study. I don't think it would really change any of your thoughts, but it could check the box. It would waste the applicant's time and money. We can work together, and I think these guys are interested in offering a $15,000 contribution to the town for, traffic studies, whatever it is that, the town feels like they need to do in that area.
Just
for
a
that
point of order, just from a procedural standpoint, the planning board is not responsible or does not negotiate anything. If we do decide to go down that path, that would be a negotiation with the town.
So, the conceptually, we're talking about a development agreement between the town council and the applicant. That's where things happen.
Right, whatever that number
We
is,
don't do that. The
would
planning
be
staff
discussed
doesn't
at
do
that
that. Engineering doesn't do that. The town planner doesn't do that. That's not what we do.
So I can just so you understand as well.
Yep.
My recommendation, if that's where we're headed, is that you continue this so that we can, at the staff level, so I can go talk to the town manager, and this is why I'm saying this, so I can speak with the town manager and the council to even determine if this is something feasible, because this is not where that decision occurs.
Right.
So, just as a discussion, on other planning board approvals, language such as had been added, particularly when we were talking about a hospital up on Pettingill Road,
Yeah.
is that as a condition of approval, a development agreement focused on the Londonderry Village, also known as the Old Mammoth Road area, for traffic
Mitigation. Potential mitigation.
potential traffic mitigation, that can be added in as a condition.
It can.
Then you can do all the other work in the background.
It can. My point is, I don't know the position of the town manager and town council on this.
Well, honestly, it's up to the town council, not the town manager.
I'm just making sure it's clear that I'm not making a decision on it, and neither is the board. You can certainly place a condition, but
Well-
understand that,
As what happened with the hospital is that they didn't come to an agreement,
and then it
and
didn't
the, and the
happen.
plan went away.
So that was what I was gonna say next, is that you can
Right.
condition it, they have to fulfill the condition.
Right. And if they don't fulfill the condition, they can come back here and
Yeah.
ask for the condition to be removed.
Yes. Yep.
Well, I think it's a fairer approach because I don't think the applicants offered a proposal voluntarily to be continued. I think they would rather have,
I also would say, that, I mean, the council realizes, speaking as one member of the council, this is a good faith thing of someone trying to do a good thing. If they hit the council and all of a sudden we're just going to decide to be unreasonable at that point, we're not going to ever get somebody trying to do something good again with the town, and that's just not how we should operate. So I think it should come to the council with a good faith, I would imagine, intention to just keep this simple.
So you're talking about actually two conditions, because you get two separate projects, and the
Correct.
intent is for them to work together.
Correct.
Same condition in each one.
You can have one development agreement across the two
Understood, I'm
different-
just for
Yes.
procedural, just,
Correct.
And Kelly, if I may, so what would be the next steps for the development, for the agreement then?
we can schedule a meeting with
Okay.
myself, town manager,
Okay.
and go from there.
Okay, but we're talking about, this would potentially be conditional approval, subject to those conditions potentially.
That's my,
And
that's
that
my
would-
understanding.
It wouldn't carry this process out unless something were to go sideways with that, right? In which case, we'd have to come back, reopen the hearing. and that-
remove
okay,
the
that's what we're-
condition.
I just want to be clear about
A
what we're.
precedent condition. It'd be a precedent condition.
John, could you add something to that, that if it wasn't able to be negotiated with the town council in good faith, that that condition goes away?
No, the board would have to come back and make that decision to remove the condition.
Yeah.
Yeah, board puts it on, board takes it off.
Okay. So do we have a,
I have a couple of other things
It's
before
actually
we,
a lot of administrative
before
stuff
we get
with
there.
these projects.
Jeff, you are never gonna wanna be chairman again.
No, I want Jake's job, whatever
You
he's
picked a good
doing.
night.
Okay. So we have on both projects, we have deliberations and a vote for, I'm just gonna read them off. Waivers, the CUP, conservation overlay, CUP for multifamily use, site plan, and then a condo conversion.
Yeah, before you get there, I have to talk,
And have
I
you
a
closed the
question.
hearing?
Close the public hearing? You
And-
did-
Or are you ready to close the hearing?
The hearing was closed before recess.
Thank you.
Tony, you had something?
Yeah, before you do those, I have two questions of staff. One, which is very unusual, I cannot remember the spirit of the 15-inch tree rule.
That goes back to Junie Vickers.
Yes.
Yeah. You and I, Mike.
Yeah, I'm getting a twitch. But we're asking applicants to identify all 15-inch diameter trees or larger. For what reason?
Because Junie liked trees.
Because somebody at some point put that in the regs.
Keep the trees
Smart
there.
woman.
Yeah, so somebody put that in the regs.
I'm sure the basis is some
Yeah.
piece of literature from landscape architecture that talks about that certain diameter.
So my neighbor just cut down 20 100-foot jack pines so he could put solar panels on his roof. How does that work? But anyway,
Answer your question?
Chainsaw.
so that answered the question. Thank you. So, yeah. Now we need to get to, we have a C2 piece of land that a property like this can be put on there with, by conditional use vote, right? So why do we do that with properties? I'm gonna ask the town planner that. Why do we do that? Why do we have permitted uses by right, and then we also have conditional uses?
I'd just say flexibility in whatever that parcel might be better suited for.
Kelly, do you have any comment on that?
Well, I have a couple.
Okay.
I think generally, yeah, there's a degree of flexibility that is the intent behind a conditional use permit in certain areas. For the commercial zones, it's not all commercial zones, it's a majority of them, but it seems to me, based on my read of how zoning is laid out in this town, that
And to be fair, you were not here
I wasn't.
when that table was invented.
No, I wasn't.
You inherited that
She
table.
was across the street.
Right, that's.
I was
that's
living
true. That's true, you were a high
on the
school
street
student.
around the corner still, so.
But you inherited that, right? So in fairness to you stumbling over a question that's really hard to answer, you didn't invent it, you inherited that chart.
I mean, any
Right
of
front.
us staff here didn't invent any of this. It was, the zoning was adopted by the town council, but that's a different path to go
Yeah.
down. So my understanding and my educated guess, if you will, is that the CUPs specifically for the multifamily use were, that process was added to these commercial areas because they were in areas that made sense for a mixed use or in areas that already had residential. So it wasn't necessarily an outlier use, if you will.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to bring up the recent statutory change at the state, which I'm sure
Some of us,
Giovanni was
yeah.
going to bring up,
Some of us
which
have to-
essentially, this isn't why we have it. Londonderry just happens to already comply with that. But it essentially states that municipalities need to allow for, to permit residential uses in commercial zones. It doesn't say by right, it just says allow for a permit or something to that effect. We do that by way of a conditional use permit.
Yes, we were very forward-thinking 30 years
Yes.
ago when that chart
well,
was, when that
quite
chart was
frankly,
put
you
out.
were.
But,
You were.
yeah, so my remembrance of it was, and I lived through part of it, you might remember the story about, I bought the first C3 lot in the town, because C3 was invented right around that time, and conditional use permits and C2 and whatever. And I vaguely remember a discussion that, well, these businesses are permitted by right, and these other businesses will do it on a case-by-case basis because these additional businesses, these whatever, 10, 12, whatever it is, will probably have around the same amount of traffic as these other businesses and/or also the same amount of noise and commotion and whatever. That's my remembrance of the zoning thing for conditional use. So I wanted to get that on the table. I don't know if anybody else.
I think you got it right, Tony, because as Kelly said, it was really designed for flexibility. Because, different areas of the town, there's different conditions and everything, and those conditions change with time. So you get this option of things you could have in there, but, a basic use for it. But I think a lot of the verbiage that we have is from Tim Thompson.
Yeah.
Johnny. The other criteria for that too is serviced by water and sewer, which the property is. So.
But water and sewer are the big determiners of industrial usage and multifamily.
Right. And to Kelly's point, now the state has caught up with Londonderry, and the state is saying, in your commercial zone, you can do these things. All right, so I'm ready to move on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so it's 10 minutes of 11.
Yes, so
Let's go.
let's. All right, so I'd like to so let's work on the waivers first. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry, I do have a question. What's the deal with the 15-inch trees? Why do you want to get rid of them?
Well, because we can locate them, but we're clearing what trees we need to clear for the development. So what's the point? The trees that are going to remain, whether they're 15 inches or 12 inches or 16 inches or 14 inches. We're clearing what we need to clear. We're not just going out and just killing trees for the sake of it. You know what I mean? So-
And we want to keep a barrier
Yeah.
between the road, the road for sound and then the adjacent business in the back, the workforce or workflow.
Workplaces.
If
Yeah,
you build too close to a tree, it damages the roots, they're
That's
gonna
right.
die
Yeah,
anyway.
there's not a requirement to keep the tree. It's just to simply locate it on the plan. Why? I don't know what benefit that really provides unless it's like, hey, can you keep this one or not? Like, there might be a little bit of leeway there. But
Yeah, no,
I don't
I
think
just
in this type of
yeah,
application.
thank you. Sorry for the bluntness that I.
No, it's all good.
Came at
Okay, so
that
which one
question.
are we doing first, Mr. Chair?
We want to do the 3-page road first.
Okay.
We need to work on those waivers. Mr. Redd, do you have them in front of you?
There's only the one for the trees.
There's only
There we
one,
go.
which is waiver, it says waiver 1, site plan regulations, 4.12.C.19, Roman numeral 8, identification of trees greater than 15 inches diameter. This applicant seeks to waive the requirement to identify all trees greater than 15 inches diameter, and I will move that we waive that regulation.
So moved. Second.
Second by Tony. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D. I.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Eitzai.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Waivers are satisfied. Okay, moving on to the conditional use permit for conservation overlay.
Mr. Chair, I will move that the applicant is requesting a conditional use CUP permit per Londonderry zoning ordinance 4.6.1.4.a Conservation Overlay District, and that the board grant the permit.
Second.
Motion by Art, second by Jason. Roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D. I.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Eitzai.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. That CUP conservation overlay has been approved. Moving on to the CUP for multifamily use.
Okay, okay, I have a motion that is, I think, wetlands buffer impact. We need a CUP for that, and then I think the multifamily, I got next here. But what I'll do, I'll move that we approve a conditional use permit, CUP, for under zoning ordinance section 4.6.1 to allow approximately 1,400 square feet of permanent wetland buffer impact for the construction of stormwater management improvements, consistent with the Conservation Commission's March 10th, 2026 recommendation, and is shown on the plan set.
The motion. Do I
Second.
have a second. Second by Tony. Roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D. I.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Eitzai.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we approve a conditional use permit per Londonderry zoning ordinance section 4.1.2 to allow multifamily residential use on a parcel in the commercial 2 zoning district.
So moved.
Second, Tony?
Second by
Second.
Tony. Roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D. I.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Eitzai.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Okay. On to the site plan.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to grant conditional approval of the application for a formal review of a site plan and conditional use permit for a 12-unit multifamily residential townhome development and associated site improvements and a condominium conversion permit, lot consolidation, and conditional use permit for 1,400 square feet of wetland buffer impact at the commercial 2 district, 3-Page Road and 556 Mammoth Road. Tax map 15, lots 235 and 236. Page Rock LLC is the owner and applicant, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 120 days of approval and prior plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the engineering memo.
And
An additional precedent condition to add to your motion to establish a development agreement with the Londonderry Town Council focused on the village area, also known as Old Mammoth Road, for the potential traffic mitigation.
Okay, that's included in the motion.
I'm asking you to include that in the motion.
Yes.
so moved.
Second.
Moved by Art, second by Tony. All roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D. I.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Eitzai.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. The site plan has been approved with the present conditions as outlined.
We need to do the condominium now.
You're good.
You
You
did
included
condo
condo in
conversion.
your
Now we can go to
motion.
the condo conversion.
You included it in your motion.
Did I?
Art did.
Oh, okay.
Perfect, Art.
I was reading
Good
what,
job,
it's getting late.
All
I'm
right.
still here.
Thank you.
We're going.
All right, so
We noticed.
on to 295 Rockingham Road. Had the public hearing. Motion for the waivers.
Okay. Those the same waivers?
Yeah, this is just the other location.
Okay.
Then motion them all at the same time.
Waivers, okay, waiver from site plan regulation 4.12.c, .19, point Roman numeral 8, identification trees 15 inches or greater diameter. I will move that we waive that regulation.
Second?
Second by Tony. Roll call vote starting with Ann, please.
I'll print it out, Tony.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Aye.
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knightsey.
Sean Faber, aye.
What's next?
And the chair votes in the
Conditional
affirmative.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, we have a conditional use permit for a multifamily residential use in commercial 2 zoning district. The applicant has requested a conditional use permit. One of these R3.
You do, sorry, are you doing the CO district or?
I'm doing the multifamily permit. Let me.
There's the CUP for the conservation
Go down here a
overlay.
little further. I think we got the motion.
Which way is it?
CUP, multifamily residential use, blah, 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 so forth. Board action required. Motion to approve a conditional use permit per London zoning ordinance, section 4.1.2, to allow multifamily residential use on a parcel in the commercial 2 zoning district.
Second.
Second by Tony. Roll call vote starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Sorry,
Arthur Rugg, aye. Thank you, Tony.
We need to go back to the other one.
Jason
Okay,
Knightsey.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative.
Conservation
Point of order.
overlay.
Are you doing the conservation overlay now?
Let me, applicant requested a conditional use permit to allow 1,526 permanent wetland buffer impacts in the Conservation Overlay District to construct stormwater management improvement. Conservation Commission has reviewed and had no objection to the CUP as presented at the March 10th, 2026 meeting. I will move that we grant the conditional use permit.
Second.
Second by Jason. Roll call vote starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Verani,
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye. Jason Knightsey.
Sean Faber, aye.
Yeah, we're.
And the chair votes in the
yourself,
affirmative.
Tony D.
Okay.
Motion passes.
So I think we've got 3 permits done on that.
Now we gotta do the,
Now the,
Plan.
Site
And
plan.
the site
Site
plan
plan.
motion also has the condo conversion rolled into it.
oh, the condo conversion?
Yeah, it's rolled into that one.
Rolled into it. You read it.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chair, I will move that that we grant conditional approval for the application for a formal review of a site plan and conditional use permit for a 12-unit multifamily residential townhome development and associated site improvements and a condominium conversion permit and conditional use permit for 1,522 square feet of wetland buffer impact in the commercial 2 C2 zoning district, 295 Rockingham Road, tax map 17, lot 25. Page Rock LLC is the owner and applicant, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled with 120 days of approval and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the engineering memo. And in addition, you can read that.
Precedent condition to establish a development agreement with the Londonderry Town Council focused on the village area, also known as Old Mammoth Road area, Old Mammoth Road, for a potential traffic mitigation.
second.
Made second by Tony. Roll call vote starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
John Farrell, aye.
Jason Knightsey.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative.
Motion carries.
So much.
Yep. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can work through stuff, one way or another.
Good luck on the next steps.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That concludes this evening.
I have a committee thing, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Tony, go ahead.
So there was a meeting of the Heritage Commission where they embraced the checklist that we gave them. They were excited to get it and to use it, and felt as though it was going to be an improvement to their committee. So special thanks to Kelly and Kristen and the board members who worked on that. We did have several meetings to try and help them out. A couple little tweaks will happen, I'm sure, along the way, but it's all set.
There's a water bottle on that.
Yeah, we had a glitch already. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves on the commission. So, but things got through, things worked,
Yep.
things will work,
It
so.
was a very, very positive meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Kelly's opposed.
The chair votes in the affirmative.